Chapter 84. Fu Mansion, boom. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder could be heard as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It was rare to see lightning and thunder in the middle of winter. Pei Ziyun was lying on his bed when he saw a shadow pushing open the door and entering the room. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and stood up. "Who's there?" He placed his thumb on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment and slash the person in front of him. The person in the dark was shocked by Pei Ziyun's actions. He raised his head and saw Pei Ziyun's eyes filled with killing intent. He then shouted, "Ah!" Hearing this, Pei Ziyun regained his senses and hurriedly placed his sword aside. He then used a flint to light a lamp. When the lamp was lit up, he saw his senior sister Xia crying her heart out. She was frightened. Pei Ziyun hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her, but the little girl turned around and ran away crying, "Wah, bad guy, bad junior brother." Pei Ziyun slapped his forehead helplessly. He had just had a nightmare and was woken up by the lightning. He then realized that someone was sneaking into the room. That was why he drew his sword. He didn't expect it to be Chu Xia. After some time, Yu Yunjun's voice could be heard from outside the door. "What did you do?" Little Xia was frightened and cried all the way home. I asked her what happened, but she refused to tell me. Pei Ziyun hurriedly stood up and smiled bitterly. "Master, I had a nightmare and was woken up by the lightning. When I got up, I saw someone sneaking into the room and drew my sword. I'm afraid I scared my senior sister." Pei Ziyun spoke the truth. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she waved her hands. "Your senior sister is very mischievous. It's good to scare her a little." As she spoke, Yu Yunjun stopped smiling and took several steps forward. "I've already reported your plan to exterminate the pirates. Your plan is indeed brilliant. You've also requested the governor to confer the title of true sovereign upon our patriarch. This is a sign of your loyalty. The sect has already given their orders. Asking for the title of true sovereign is only the first step. I hope you can plan ahead and do your best to ensure that this is carried out." When Pei Ziyun heard these words, he was elated. He knew that what he had done had caught the attention of the upper echelons of Free Cloud sect. Yu Yunjun then continued, "The governor has already requested for Liao Gu to be conferred the title of governor. The sect is aware of this. According to tradition, the governor will send Liao Gu over. This is a simple matter. It's just that some people within the sect had the idea of sending Song Ji to escort Liao Gu over. I rejected them. This time, you've done a great deed. If anyone were to say something else to you, just ignore them and speak to me directly." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he understood the concern his master had for him. Song Ji was probably coveting the merit points as well. Seeing that his master had rejected him, he hurriedly replied, "Thank you, master, for your concern. I understand and will not be deceived. You've always been smart, so of course I'm not worried. It's just that you're young and inexperienced, so it's easy for you to be at a disadvantage." Yu Yunjun laughed. "Thank you, master, for your concern," Pei Ziyun said, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Yu Yunjun waved her hands. "Oh right, this time you'll be escorting an official to the capital city. This isn't a big matter, but the journey is long, and there might be many troubles and risks. I've already arranged for someone to deliver a magical weapon from Green Cloud Monastery. When the time comes, bring it along with you. It'll be a form of training, and you'll gain some experience." Pei Ziyun stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, master." Governor's mansion. The governor sat high up on the throne as Liao Gu bowed and presented a memorial. "Your Excellency, the memorial to the conferment has been completed. Please take a look." The governor took it and read it before smiling and nodding his head. "You've done a good job. This matter still needs to be done. When the time comes, you'll go to the capital city on my behalf, and talk to my old friends about it." When Liao Gu heard this, he was overjoyed. This was a good job, to be able to go to the capital city and help the governor with this matter. Not only would he have to interact with the officials in the capital city, but he would also be familiar with them. In the future, his career would be much smoother. This was a form of nurturing. Liao Gu then knelt down and bowed. "Your Excellency is benevolent, and I will do anything for you." When the governor heard this, he smiled and took a sip of tea. "Your Excellency Liao, please wait in the side hall. I have someone to see. I'll see you later." "Yes, Your Excellency." Liao Gu then retreated happily. "Mr. Pei requests an audience." Before long, someone reported. The governor nodded his head and said, "Please enter." The sound of footsteps could be heard as the snow outside fell. The sound of the kettle on the stove could be heard clearly. Before long, someone walked in. Pei Ziyun was dressed in a gray robe, with a crimson belt around his waist. His boots squeaked loudly as he walked in. He then stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Governor. Top scorer Pei, please rise." Since Pei Ziyun wasn't willing to pledge allegiance to him, the governor didn't address him as Mr. He smiled and said, "You've come at the right time. Have a seat. I've already written the petition, and I'm preparing to hand it over to the imperial court. As you know, whether or not it's successful depends on the emperor and the imperial court. However, according to tradition, as long as there's a valid reason, the imperial court will not reject such a petition. I will send Liao Gu to retrieve the records of your sex patriarchs and confirm that they're doing the honors. He will then present the petition to the imperial court. When that happens, all you have to do is wait for the good news. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Your Excellency has sent Liao Gu to the imperial court. I wish to follow you to the capital city, to broaden my horizons. At the same time, I can protect Your Excellency's safety." When the governor heard Pei Ziyun's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're worried about me. But it's a good thing that I'm going. Young people should travel more. Reading 10,000 books is equivalent to walking 10,000 miles. The governor thought for some time before saying, "I have many friends in the capital city. I shall write a recommendation letter for you. When you have any difficulties, just bring it to them." When Pei Ziyun heard these words, he laughed. "Many thanks, Your Excellency." After exchanging a few more words, Pei Ziyun bade farewell and left. The governor walked him to the corridor and watched him leave. A gust of wind blew the snow away. He adjusted his robes and turned around to leave. Whole mansion snowflakes fluttered in the air, and a loud roar could be heard. The guards outside trembled, but didn't dare to make a sound. "Father, you know what I want. Why must you force me? Big brother will take care of the matters of Home Mansion. Second brother will take care of the matters of the imperial court. Why must you force me to participate in the affairs of Home Mansion? My heart isn't here, and you can't force me." Wei Ong was speaking loudly in the study room. Everyone inside and outside the study room acted as if they were deaf, as if they hadn't heard anything. They stood guard around the study room, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. "Since you're not willing to contribute to the affairs of Home Mansion, then you don't have to go to Free Cloud Sect. Also, Pei Ziyun, you better cut all ties with him." Ji Bei Ho's face was ashen as he paced back and forth in the study room. When Wei Ong heard Ji Bei Ho's words, he paused. "Father, I'm not willing to participate in the affairs of Home Mansion. What does this have to do with Free Cloud Sect and Ziyun?" Ji Bei Ho was enraged. As he threw the scroll in his hands at Wei Ong caught the scroll and looked at it. It was the latest plan to exterminate the pirates that Pei Ziyun had come up with for the governor. He paused. "Father, did this plan really come up with by Pei Ziyun? He's really a genius and has done great deeds for the people of Ing Prefecture." When Ji Bei Ho heard this, he scolded out, "Third brother, you love to be free and unfettered. I've sent you to Free Cloud Sect and allowed you to do everything you want. I didn't want you to be unable to see the severity of the situation. The pirates have been wiped out, and my military power has been taken away. What use do I have as a Home Mansion now? Wouldn't I become someone who can be easily manipulated? You see that it's beneficial to the people, and the foundation of Ho Mansion has been taken away? Without Ho Mansion, how can you be free and unfettered? When Weiyang heard this, he fell silent. After some time, he then said, Father, please forgive me. Forgive me for not being able to contribute to Ho Mansion, especially regarding this matter. When Jibei Ho heard Weiyang's words, he was enraged. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suppressed his anger. Since you're not willing to contribute to me, then you don't have to go to Free Cloud Sect. Now that Pei Ziyun has helped the governor, he's my enemy. I have to kill him. Free Cloud Sect, I shall stop paying tribute to them. Father, since you've made your decision, I shall follow it. There's no need to say anything else. Weiyang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Good. You've got guts. Since that's the case, I shall ground you within the courtyard. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Jibei Ho's face was ashen as he spoke. Yes, thank you, Father, for your arrangements. Weiyang bowed before he turned around and left. Jibei Ho watched as Weiyang left and couldn't control himself any longer. He smashed his teacup onto the ground. Bastard. Shunji was waiting outside when he heard the sound of the teacup shattering. He knew that something was wrong. Master Ho and his son must have had a falling out. Shunji was waiting anxiously outside when Weiyang walked out from his room. He hurriedly walked up to him. Third young master, why did you have to do this? Wouldn't it have been better to agree to Master Ho's request? Why did you have to go against Master Ho? When Weiyang heard Shunji's words, he waved his hands and walked away. After some time, he said, Mr. Shun, you've watched me grow up. You know what I'm interested in. There's big brother and second brother at home, and father to support me. Why do I have to get involved? Furthermore, this is a matter like this. Riches and honor make me feel bloodthirsty. Shunji knew that Jibei Ho was going to talk about this, and was waiting for Weiyang to speak. He then advised, Third young master, I know that you're intelligent. You don't want to fight. It's just that some things are hard to do. You have to choose one. No matter what, you and Master Ho are father and son. Ai. Weiyang sighed deeply and interrupted Shunji, but I don't want to choose. I just want to be free and unfettered. Don't you think that I'm an unfilial and unjust person? Shunji looked at Weiyang and asked curiously, Young master, why do you think that? Father, sect, friends, I can only choose one. Haha. Weiyang walked slowly across the snow and laughed. To my father, I can't share his burdens. To my sect and friends, I just want to be independent. Isn't that unfilial and unjust? Young master. Shunji called out, his expression was solemn. How can there be two things in this world? Young master has always been free and unfettered. You have your own Ho Mansion. Now that Ho Mansion is in danger, shouldn't young master reconsider your position? Sect and friends are outsiders. This Ho Mansion is your foundation. It's where you can live your life. Hearing Shunji's words, Weiyang didn't speak for a long time. Looking at Weiyang, Shunji could tell that Weiyang's heart was in pain. He then said, Yes, Pei Ziyun is talented, but talent is like a sharp knife. Now that he's pierced into Ho Mansion, the more talented he is, the more dangerous it will be. Young master, have you thought of this? Shunji's words were like a sharp sword, piercing into Weiyang's heart. In the world of politics, one can only advance and never retreat. Don't tell me you wish to see your father and brother, your mother and your entire family executed? As he spoke up to this point, Shunji asked, Some of my methods are vicious. But what about High Duke Ji? High Duke Ji fought many battles for the emperor. He was wounded 11 times, and his entire clan was exterminated. His entire family was executed. He was honest and upright, loyal and devoted. What happened to him? You think of Pei Ziyun, but does he think of you? Weiyang took a step back as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat. He gritted his teeth and turned around, swallowing the blood. Chapter 85. When Shenji entered, Ji Bei Ho was still fuming with anger. When he saw Shenji enter, he said, "Shenji, you said that third brother was intelligent when he was young. Now that he's grown up, he's become like this. He doesn't think about improving himself, and doesn't think about Ho Mansion at all. How infuriating. Master Ho, third young master, still has some things he doesn't understand. Stay here for a few more days and maybe he will." Shenji tried to persuade him. Seeing the broken teacups on the floor, he shouted, "Men, clean this up." Someone came in from the outside, cleaned up the room silently, and left without a sound. At this point, a voice came from outside, "Master Ho, Taoist leader Li has arrived." Ji Bei Ho and Shenji looked at each other before Ji Bei Ho replied, "Please enter." At this point, Ji Bei Ho had regained his composure and was sipping his tea slowly. A Taoist walked out and bowed to Ji Bei Ho. "Master Ho, Mr. Shen, this Taoist greets you." Shenji looked at this Taoist. He was wearing a Taoist robe and a bamboo crown. His face was lean and he had a long beard. He looked like he was out of this world. Shenji didn't know why, but he felt disgusted by him. He asked coldly, "Taoist, why aren't you cultivating in the mountains, but here in Ho Mansion?" The Taoist bowed and replied plainly, "I'm here to preach the Tao." Shenji didn't expect this Taoist to be so direct and laughed. "Preaching the Tao doesn't depend on words. I wonder what divine powers this Taoist has?" The Taoist looked at Shenji and said, "You're right. There are hundreds of Taoist sects under the heavens, and they don't rely on words. But today I shall show you how talented you are. It's a pity you've chosen the wrong path." Shenji laughed coldly, "I'd like to hear the details." The Taoist then said, "Let's not talk about physiognomy or fate. You've been intelligent since you were young. You started studying when you were 6 and started writing essays when you were 9. When you were 10, you were known as a child prodigy. You have literary talent, but you failed many times. You only managed to become an elementary scholar. This is because of your talent and your stubbornness. How does he compare to Pei Ziyun?" Shenji's cold smile froze on his face. He then saw the Taoist speak again. "Apart from the 4 books and 5 classics, you're also good at calligraphy and painting. You can play the zither, you're good at music, and you're good at painting. You can paint mountains and rivers, people, flowers and birds, bamboo and stone. Third master's painting was taught by you, right? What a pity. Can these save my life?" These words were as sharp as swords. The Taoist paced around and laughed coldly. To change one's fate, it could be literature, Tao, military, or even a rich and powerful background. You were born into poverty. With your literary talent, if you were willing to hide it, you might have been able to pass the imperial examinations. However, in your early years, you were famous throughout the county and many people were jealous of you. If you wanted to stand out, you had to be talented enough to make others speechless. However, you were distracted. If you didn't improve your literary skills, how could you have passed the imperial examinations? How could you have changed your fate? 30 years later, your fate has been decided. You can only rely on a wise leader to achieve success. As the saying goes, the green rope flies on its own, but it's only a few trees. If you rely on a horse's tail, you can travel 1,000 miles. The meaning of these words was that Shenji's literary skills, musical skills, music skills, and painting were all useless unless he wanted to be a craftsman. He was born into poverty, and couldn't pass the examinations. His literary skills were good, but he wasn't the best. What else could he say about his fate? He could only rely on someone else. Ji Bei Ho saw that Shenji was speechless, and his face was pale. He laughed. "What about me? I don't care about fortune. Please speak." The Taoist laughed and said, "Master Ho's heart has always been like this. Master Ho was originally very noble, but the time has passed. Originally, you still had one more chance. A month ago, your green energy started to solidify, and the governor's green energy started to become chaotic. It was as though it was shrouded in smoke and was about to dissipate. Now, it's the exact opposite. I'm afraid that not only will it be difficult for Master Ho to advance further, you might even be killed. Ji Bei Ho's face twitched as a murderous look appeared on his face. However, the Taoist was calm and collected. He looked at Ji Bei Ho and realized something. This Taoist had a special technique, and had Holy Jail sect behind him. He wasn't a swindler. He then smiled. Taoist leader, do you know why I've invited you here? I know. Master Ho wants to deal with the governor, but Free Cloud sect refuses to help. Both sides are trying to take advantage of the situation. That's why Master Ho came looking for us, the Taoist said. Ji Bei Ho maintained his composure and laughed. It's good that Taoist knows. The Taoist turned around and looked at Shinji. Mr. Shin, I advise you to convince Master Ho to give up Free Cloud sect. My sect has long favored Master Ho. He then looked at Ji Bei Ho. Master Ho, it was our sect that contacted the pirates. I believe Master Ho knows our intentions. It's a pity that Master Ho chose Free Cloud sect. Now that you know that this sect isn't reliable, it's fortunate that Master Ho still has time. Fate has its own destiny. It's predestined and it's also human. It's profound and mysterious. Master Ho, now is not the time to give up. Ji Bei Ho picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip. He then said, Taoist leader, since you're here, let's talk about important matters. Yes, Master Ho. The Taoist bowed and said, that's natural. But to be honest, times have changed. If Master Ho wishes to receive support from Holy Jail sect, you have to show some sincerity. What sincerity does Taoist leader want? Ji Bei Ho's face fell, he was feeling displeased. Seeing this, Shinji raised his voice and asked. The Taoist leader's expression didn't change. Sincerity is a slow process. Let's work first and gain mutual trust. If Master Ho wishes to kill Pei Ziyun, we can do it for you. This kid has gone against my sect many times, and caused us to suffer great losses. He even ruined the plans of Ho Mansion. I think if we kill this kid, no one would object, right? Of course, we can support the Taoist leader. Master Ho has the secret plate guards, and they are all elite soldiers. We can send some of them to you. But can you track his movements? Shinji asked. You don't have to worry about that. I've got someone to help me. The Taoist leader laughed. Let's talk about serious matters. Ji Bei Ho said, have you read the plan to exterminate the pirates? What's the plan? The Taoist leader retracted his expression. I've read it, and I have some understanding of the pirates. In terms of origins, this was a matter within Fu Sang country. Within Fu Sang country, the great general, who had received the seal of the previous dynasty, lost their destiny. The feudal lords fought amongst themselves, and many of the losers had nowhere to go. Hence, they took ships to invade China. In the next 50 years, Fu Sang country would have a new government. Originally, there would be fewer pirates. However, they had already tasted the sweetness of victory, and were unwilling to give up. Most importantly, the previous dynasty had shut down the sea trade. Anyone who brought cattle, horses, military supplies, iron, copper, cloth, silk, and cotton into the sea would be punished with 100 strokes of the cane. First, it was smuggling. When that failed, it was robbery. That's how the pirates are. In the plan to exterminate the pirates, there's a line that's very important. If the market is open, the pirates will turn to merchants. If the market is closed, the merchants will turn to pirate. This is a very important point. Shinji looked at Ji Bei Ho's face and said, Taoist, are you here to praise the enemy? The Taoist leader nodded his head. Of course not. What I mean is, the plan to exterminate the pirates is very ruthless and accurate. There's no luck involved in this. But since there's a plan, there has to be execution. We can take advantage of this opportunity to profit. I'd like to hear the details, Ji Bei-ho said. The plan to exterminate the pirates is a bad thing for us. However, when we think about it, it's a good thing. The Taoist leader continued. Fu Sang country has a huge need for silk. The plan to exterminate the pirates says that when the silk market opens, the sea will be at peace. This is a very important point. But because of this, can't we take advantage of the opening of the market and earn a fortune? You're Ji Bei-ho. You have money, men, and ship. You're willing to enter the market. Isn't that the best way to profit? Shun Ji and Ji Bei-ho exclaimed, "Ah!" Their eyes widened in shock. Silk is the most important, followed by pots, porcelain, lacquer, and medicinal herbs. Fu Sang country produces a lot of silver. If we can get the most out of the trade, we'll be able to earn a few 100,000 taels of silver. Master Ho, with this much silver, what's so difficult about it? Besides, if the governor were to open a lot of markets, we can earn a lot of money and create trouble. We can also send people to harass them. We can even raise the price of rice. There will be some righteous people who will jump out and challenge the governor to a duel. They will say that everything is a crime against the governor. Master Ho, the crux of the matter lies in the next few years. As long as the pirates are still around, and the sea has yet to be conquered, the imperial court will not be able to punish you. The emperor's health isn't good. Once he passes away, the crown prince will be the next emperor. When that time comes, we can advance or retreat. When Ji Bei-ho heard this, he looked as though he was chewing on an olive. After some time, he sighed. There are so many heroes under the heavens. Just by listening to you, a bad thing becomes a good thing. Shun Ji had just been criticized for being unprofessional. At this point, he didn't utter a single word. Instead, he listened intently. At this point, he cleared his throat and smiled. Taoist leader is right. Since we can't go against the current situation, whether it's the right time or the right time, we should turn the bad into the good. Master Ho, this is a good plan. We can carry it out. Ji Bei-ho paused as he paced back and forth. Taoist leader, this matter is too important. I need to think about it. You should go back first. Shun Ji, send the Taoist leader off. Yes. After sending the Taoist leader off, Shun Ji returned to his study. After some time, he said, Master Ho, the Holy Jail sect have wild ambitions. We have to guard against them. Ji Bei-ho laughed coldly. They have wild ambitions, but I don't care. As long as they can help me, I can tolerate them. But Shun Ji wanted to speak, but Ji Bei-ho waved a hand to stop him. There's no need to say all this. For the sake of our foundation, all this is necessary. Ai. Shun Ji let out a long sigh and didn't speak further. He then changed the topic. This Taoist leader has reminded me of something. I have an idea. Oh, tell me about it. Ji Bei-ho's eyes lit up. It's still the same words. Since we can't go against the current situation, whether it's the right time or the right time, we should turn the bad into the good. I didn't finish my words just now. How do we turn the bad into the good? The court wants to reduce the military power. Then, should we voluntarily cooperate with the court, respond to the court's call, disarm the army, and turn the loyal soldiers into sea merchants? The court is going to reduce the military power. So, should we voluntarily cooperate with the court's policy? This way we can earn money and protect our foundation. If we have the right time, we can advance. If we don't, we can still be rich. In front of the imperial court, we can gain a reputation of being respectful. That way we can avoid the imperial court's suspicions. Ai. Ji Bei-ho stood up and paced back and forth. Good, good. Mr. is indeed a genius. Chapter 86. The journey from the capital city to the capital was a long one. Pei Ziyun had planned to wear an official's uniform on the carriage to show off his status. However, He did not want to draw attention to himself. Hence he wore a cotton scarf and said, "It's warm and doesn't stand out." Liao Gu listened to him. They were all dressed in normal clothes. The two soldiers were the ox drivers and carried knives. The carriage passed through Yingshan County, and the journey was difficult. Pei Ziyun put down the book in his hands, deep in thought. This document was the result of Liao Ji's hard work. He was very meticulous. He knew when the previous dynasty would confer the title upon the patriarch of Green Cloud Monastery, and the contents of the decree. The officials would send people to offer sacrifices to the patriarch during the festival. This Liao Gu was indeed talented. It was a pity that he was of low birth, and was only a 9th-ranked official. Pei Ziyun did not know what would happen on this long journey. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun touched the soft armor he was wearing. He remembered that Yu Yunjun had brought a magical weapon over to him this morning. He took it and realized that it was a sword. Coupled with the soft armor, it was undoubtedly a powerful weapon. The guard pulled on the reins and shouted. The mule stopped in front of them. The guard who was driving the mule opened the curtain. "Your Excellency, we've arrived at the relay station. It's getting late, and I'm afraid we won't be able to cross the river. We'll have to rest here for the night." Liao Gu opened the curtain and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. It was getting dark. He then asked, "Master Top Scorer, what do you think?" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed. "I'll follow your Excellency's wishes." Liao Gu got off the carriage and the two of them walked together. They saw a relay station in front of them. The courier asked, "How many of you are looking for lodgings? Do you have any official documents?" Liao Gu then whispered to Pei Ziyun, "Master Top Scorer, most of these relay stations are for retired soldiers. The imperial court has decreed that the officials are allowed to stay at these relay stations for free. Ordinary people have to pay a fee." "I understand." Seeing that Pei Ziyun understood, Liao Gu then handed the documents over. The courier received the documents and bowed. "So it's your Excellency, please enter." Liao Gu led Pei Ziyun into the relay station. The interior of the relay station was rather decent. The courier smiled. "Your Excellency, I'll feed the mule for you." When the four of them entered the hall, they saw a group of tourists. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they were drinking happily. They were a bit tipsy, and didn't pay any attention to them. The Great Su had just settled down, so there were few inns along the way. There were only relay stations along the way, and with the protection of the relay soldiers, it was actually quite safe. The courier led the way for them to register their names, before arranging their rooms. The courier then smiled. "Your Excellencies, you can have your meal in the main hall below. Feel free to go. If there's anything you need, feel free to call me." When Liao Gu heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head in approval. This man knew how to conduct himself. However, he was just a small official, and didn't want to reward him. Pei Ziyun then laughed, "Feed my mule well, and serve me some good dishes." As he spoke, he took out a piece of silver and threw it over to the courier. When the courier caught it, he realized that it was a piece of fine silver. It was white and deep and weighed about 3 taels. He smiled and bowed. "Yes, Your Excellency." Speaking of which, it was true that public servants and officials had free meals, but the quota wasn't much. Furthermore, it was troublesome. After throwing a few taels of silver over, they would immediately become friendly again. The few of them walked down the stairs and sat at a table on the left of the relay station. There was a burly man and a young lady there. Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across them and saw that the two of them were enjoying free tea and eating buns. The young lady had bright eyes and white teeth, but seemed to be malnourished. She was very skinny and weak. Pei Ziyun felt that she looked familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Sweeping his gaze across the hall, he saw another young lady. This young lady was dressed in a dark red outfit with a green skirt. She looked extremely beautiful. Pei Ziyun and Liao Gu sat down as the young lady stood up and greeted, "So it's Master Top Scorer. How do you do? Everyone in the relay station turned to look at him. Liao Gu stroked his beard and smiled. Master Top Scorer is indeed a gentleman. To be able to meet someone who admires you in this relay station, I'm so envious. Your Excellency must be joking. My name is Luo Guqiu. Master Top Scorer is famous for his wine and water songs. Everyone in the prefecture admires him. Master Top Scorer, may I have a word with you? Pei Ziyun felt that something was amiss. Since his identity had been exposed, he was extremely suspicious. However, this was a relay station, and he had his own Dao arts and martial arts. He wasn't afraid. He hesitated for a moment before Liao Gu laughed. Master Top Scorer, a beautiful lady has invited you, why don't you go? Pei Ziyun laughed and followed Luo Guqiu. Luo Guqiu served him tea. Pei Ziyun looked at her and asked, Who are you? You're alone in this wilderness, in this relay station. I don't believe that you admire me. You look more like a demon than a ghost. The lady wasn't angered, but laughed softly. Thank you, Master Top Scorer, for your compliment. I am indeed a demonic woman. I wonder if Master Top Scorer would like to give it a try? Pei Ziyun looked at her and asked coldly, Why have you come looking for me? The demonic woman giggled and said, Master Top Scorer can't help but tease me. I'm here to look for Master Top Scorer because I have something important to tell you. Does Master Top Scorer know that there's a reward for your head? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. You're trying to play tricks on me. I'm a high scholar, who would dare to do so? His words were filled with killing intent. Luo Guqiu paused for a moment before picking up the cup on the table and playing with it. She then laughed coldly and looked at Pei Ziyun. What's a high scholar? Dongtang County Magistrate Chen Yunji offended someone and died of illness on his way home. A high scholar from the prefecture, Song Han, wrote a memorial to the imperial court. However, on his way to the capital city, he met with bandits and his entire family of 12 were killed. Pei Ziyun's heart sank when he heard this. He hadn't heard anything about what this woman was talking about, and thus didn't know if it was true or not. He then replied coldly, Are you threatening me? You have to know that there are still deities above us. Luo Guqiu laughed. The city god cannot patrol the land constantly. More importantly, the yin and yang are separated. The mortals can communicate with the gods, but the higher the level, the harder it is to communicate with them. If not, the ancestors of the previous dynasty could guide the future emperors, who would be able to change fate. Pei Ziyun was taken aback. He then heard her continue, even if it's a small matter that can be communicated with, as long as it's far away from the prefecture, in the wilderness, using mortal methods, the deities won't be able to detect it. Chen Yunji is the best example. However, if Master Top Scorer is willing to help me kill someone, I can secretly help you kill the person who tried to assassinate you. Pei Ziyun looked at the man and spoke plainly. You're driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. You're waiting for both sides to be injured before you reap the benefit. What a good plan. Since there are people who want to kill me, I shall kill them. If you're really sincere, why don't you kill those people who want to kill me first before we talk? You! Luo Guqiu glared fiercely at Pei Ziyun before turning around to leave. Pei Ziyun laughed twice before returning to his seat. Liao Gu then asked, Master Top Scorer, you managed to meet someone you admire even in a place like this. What did you talk about? The two soldiers sitting at the table nearby all had smiles on their faces as well. Pei Ziyun looked at the expressions on the three of them and did not speak further. He then laughed, nothing much. She only came to ask for a literary talent. I refused and she left in a huff. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Liao Gu nodded his head. Yes, Master Top Scorer's name shakes the entire prefecture. Every word you speak is worth 1,000 taels of gold. How could you give him a literary talent so easily? It was right of you not to give it to him. With money and status, the four of them ate and drank to their heart's content before heading upstairs to rest. Late at night, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Pei Ziyun was in his room, lighting 2 candles and reading a book. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew open the window, causing the candles to sway. Pei Ziyun creased his eyebrows and was about to close the window when he felt a chill in the room. The air was heavy and oppressive. All of a sudden, he saw a pair of white hands with sharp nails sticking out from the ground. Pei Ziyun was shocked. Dao arts? Demons and ghosts? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Just as he was about to attack, he heard the sound of metal clanging against each other. A strange shriek rang out in the room. Pei Ziyun's blood boiled as he lunged forward. The left side of his back was in pain, and there were 2 of them. He pointed a finger, and a ball of light appeared. This ball of light was pale white, and caused the 2 ghosts to retreat 2 steps. Pei Ziyun then saw clearly that one of the 2 ghosts was wielding a huge hammer, and the other was a woman. Pei Ziyun raised his sword and stabbed it towards the monster. The hammer and sword clashed, and a loud ping sound rang out. Sparks flew from the sword, and the hammer had a hole in it. The monster then said, "No, it's a magical weapon." Pei Ziyun froze. What? This monster could speak, react, and even had its own consciousness. Why would it attack for no reason? It should be a grass god. The so-called grass god was a god that had not been ordained by the emperor. In actual fact, it was a monster that was worshipped by the commoners. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes as he felt a chill run down his spine. Child's play. Pei Ziyun grunted coldly. At first, he had been caught off guard. But now, with a flash of his sword, the woman with the sharp claws was about to attack him from behind. She wanted to dodge, but with a loud cry, she was sliced in half and turned into smoke. Following this, the wind and lightning around the sword started to swirl around the hammer-wielding monster. A few rooms away from the relay station, Luo Guqiu had a blood-red painting painted on the wall. She was chanting to herself when she spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, this person can counter my spirit augmentation technique. Senior brother, bring me away. Luo Guqiu was sitting in front of a man. When he heard his junior sister say this, he was startled and hurriedly chanted, "Retreat." Within the room, Pei Ziyun felt a gust of cold wind near his ear. He dodged it, and saw the grass god turn into a ball of yin qi and escape. Pei Ziyun cleared his throat and pointed his finger. A ray of white light shot out and struck the yin qi. Boom! The yin qi cried out in pain as it flew out and disappeared into the night sky. Could it be that Luo Guqiu is here to assassinate me? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he grabbed his sword and leapt out of the window. His eyes swept across the room as he ran towards the next room. Pa! He lit up the room and saw that there was no one in the room. There was a pool of blood on the floor. He then grunted, "So it's this woman." Seeing that it was getting dark, Pei Ziyun wanted to chase after her. However, he stopped himself. This is a relay station, and there are retired soldiers here. They wouldn't dare to attack me openly. If I were to chase after her, it would be hard to say. Although that's the case, the news has spread so quickly. I have to be on my guard. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Seeing some movement, someone asked, "Who is it?" He then turned around and returned to his own room. Chapter 87. The next morning, the guard was tidying up the room when he looked at Pei Ziyun in surprise. Pei Ziyun raised his head and thought for a moment before smiling. Last night, I was practicing my sword techniques and accidentally damaged some of them. Here's some silver taels as compensation. You just have to report it to the higher-ups. The rest is your reward. The guard looked at the 3 silver taels and noticed that there were only a few broken tables and chairs in the room. It wasn't worth it at all. He then smiled. "Thank you, Master Top Scorer, for your reward." As he said this, he escorted Pei Ziyun out. Last night, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it started to drizzle. Soon, it started to snow. As they walked down the stairs, they saw Liao Gu standing at the entrance, looking at the snow. Pei Ziyun walked over and Liao Gu said, "Master top scorer, judging by the weather, it seems like it's going to snow soon. I've brought some raincoats with me. When the time comes, everyone will have to wear them. This is my first time traveling far from home. I shall listen to your Excellency's arrangements." Regarding the original owner, there was no need to speak further. The entire group of people left the relay station. Not far away was a ferry, and they boarded a boat to cross the river. 4 people and a carriage had just boarded the boat when a strong wind started to blow. Heavy snow started to fall from the sky, hitting the surface of the river and causing waves to form on the surface. Liao Gu was wearing his raincoat as he chatted with Pei Ziyun at the bow of the boat. They could hear the sound of the snow hitting their raincoats. Liao Gu smiled and said, "This view of the river in the middle of the snow always makes one sigh with emotion. It makes one feel extremely happy." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "This view is really poetic. If I had wine, I would write a poem." Liao Gu laughed. "Haha, Master Top Scorer, you should know that you have a nickname. People call you the Wine Immortal. This time, I didn't bring any good wine. If I did, I would have invited the Wine Immortal Top Scorer to drink and recite poems. That would have been a great story." "That's right, it's a pity I didn't bring any wine." Pei Ziyun looked at the river and sighed. At this point, the entire ship was silent. The only sound that could be heard was the rustling of the northwest wind and the rustling of snow. In this silence, Liao Gu spoke. "Actually, I'm really envious of Master Top Scorer. I'm 43 years old now, and it wasn't easy for me to reach the 9th level. The road to becoming an official is really tough. Speaking of which, I have to thank Master Top Scorer. If it wasn't for this trip to the capital city, I don't know when or where I would be able to attain the 9th level." Pei Ziyun gazed into the distance. "This is your destiny, and has nothing to do with me. If you weren't proficient in politics, I believe the governor wouldn't have let you do this." Liao Gu then replied, "Master Top Scorer, initially I wanted to use this opportunity to talk to you about my daughter. I didn't expect Master Top Scorer to not give me the chance to do so." Pei Ziyun paused for a moment. "I have someone I like, thank you for your kindness." When Liao Gu heard these words, he paused before laughing out. "Master Top Scorer, my child is only 4 years old. I was just joking. I hope Master Top Scorer doesn't mind." Pei Ziyun paused for a moment before regaining his composure. Liao Gu then laughed bitterly. "I didn't come from the imperial examinations. Even if I worked hard, I wouldn't be able to reach the 9th level. However, I'm already indebted to the dynasty. In the previous dynasty, people like me wouldn't even be able to reach this level. I only got a daughter when I was in my middle years, and had no other intentions. All I wanted was to enter the 9th level and become an official. That way, my daughter would be able to marry into a good family. This is all thanks to Master Top Scorer for giving me this opportunity. Hence, I'm very grateful to you." Pei Ziyun finally understood. This world was very particular about matching families. With an official's rank, the number of people he could marry into would be much greater. This was the heart of a loving father. Looking at his wrinkled face, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but feel a little sad. Reads he could vaguely make out the silhouettes of a group of people speaking in hushed voices. They were all wielding knives in their hands, and were wearing straw raincoats. The straw raincoats were woven with reeds. These people were mixed together with the reeds, and it was hard to tell if they were humans or reeds. All these people had killing intent on their faces. Snow fell from the sky, and landed on the bodies of these people. They were all wearing white silk. Amongst these people, there was a little girl who was holding onto her father's hand. This was the father and daughter pair that Pei Ziyun had seen eating cold steamed buns at the relay station. Amongst the reeds there was a table. On the table, there was a bowl filled with strong alcohol. There was also a chicken. Someone picked up the chicken from the ground and killed it. He then poured the chicken blood into the wine. The father who was holding on to his daughter walked to the front and raised his bowl of wine. He then shouted, "Today we shall take revenge for the people of Fu County. We shall kill these two people. One of them is an official, the other is a high scholar. If we kill these two, we will have no way out. Let's drink this cup of blood wine." Hearing these words, everyone raised their bowls of wine. Someone cried out, "Big Brother Chi, my entire family of 7 were killed by the pirates. The pirates have escaped to the sea. Let's first kill these 2 corrupt officials who colluded with the pirate. That's right. There's also this Ho mansion. Sooner or later, even if we have to risk our lives, we shall take them down with us." Seeing everyone speaking, the little girl's eyes were filled with stubbornness. She then walked up and took a cup of wine as well. The father paused and said, "Gwr, what are you doing?" The little girl stepped forward stubbornly and said, "Father, you can drink this blood wine, I can drink it too. My mother was killed by the pirates, and I have a deep grudge against them. Today we shall drink this blood wine. Although I am a girl, I shall drink this blood wine and do my part." Hearing the little girl's words, everyone fell silent. Who didn't have a deep grudge against them? A burly man beside the father then said, "Gwr, since you have such a heart, how can we reject you? Big brother, you should be proud of Gwr. It's just that Gwr is still young, and can't pick up a blade. Killing isn't suitable for you." "Uncle Chun," the little girl shouted out. Hearing the little girl's shouts, the burly man laughed out, "Today we shall kill this dog official and high scholar. Little Ching, you shall help us bury the corpses of these 2 dog officials. That will count as a merit for killing the pirate." "Thank you, Uncle Chun." Hearing the burly man's words, the little girl smiled sweetly and said, "Let's do it together, for the sake of the people of Fu County, kill these 2 thieves." The big brother Chi shouted out loudly, "Let's do it together, for the sake of our parents, brothers and sisters in Fu County." Everyone shouted out loudly as they raised their bowls and drank the blood wine in large gulps. When they finished drinking, they smashed the bowls onto the ground, making a loud pring sound as porcelain shards flew everywhere. Cough cough, little Ching drank the blood wine and choked a few times. She didn't want to be outdone and drank all the wine. She then copied the elders and smashed the bowls onto the ground. The first time, it didn't shatter. She then picked it up and smashed it onto the ground a second time. At this point, the father patted the little girl on the head. "Gwr, hide in the reeds and don't come out. Father and uncle will go and kill these 2 pirates." "Yes, father. I just want to come back safely. My mother was killed by the pirates, and I cannot be without a father." Hearing Gwr's words, the burly man turned his head around and looked up at the sky. Snow and rain fell on his face, mixing with his tears. It was hard to tell what they were. After some time, the father then lowered his head. "Gwr, go hide in the bushes. We shall go now. No matter what happens, don't come out." At this point, the big brother Chi's face turned resolute as he wiped his face. "Brothers, follow me." The snow and rain continued to fall as the 4 of them sat by the fire. Although the scenery of the river was beautiful, it was extremely cold. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly felt the boat crash into something. There was a splashing sound, and then there was no sound. "Boatman? Boatman?" One of the soldiers shouted out as he walked out of the boat. He saw that there was no one on the boat, and only a ripple in the water. He then remembered the sound of someone jumping into the water. This soldier was a veteran soldier who had been in the army for a long time. He then shouted out, "Not good, we've fallen into an ambush." Following the soldier's shout, they heard the sound of someone digging into the bottom of the boat. The soldier's face fell as he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this is bad. The boatman is digging into the bottom of the boat. He wants to drown us in the river. Quick, row the boat to the shore." Liao Gu was extremely frightened as he shouted out, "Yes, Your Excellency." The soldier was decisive as well. He accepted the order and rowed the boat to the shore. Master top scorer, what do you think we should do? Liao Ji's face fell. Pei Ziyun's face was cold. Someone tried to assassinate him last night, and today someone tried to do something to the boat. Based on the sound, it didn't take long for the boat to start leaking water. Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed coldly as he pulled out his sword and felt it. He then replied coldly, "Of course I'm sending him to hell." As he said this, he stabbed the sword into the bottom of the boat. A "piu" sound could be heard as the bottom of the boat pierced through the sword like it was tofu. He then pulled the sword out, causing blood to spurt out. On the shore, a group of people were hiding amongst the reeds as they looked into the river. One of them said in a low voice, "Fifth brother is a good swimmer. As long as he sinks the boat, even if these people manage to swim to shore, they would be exhausted. Who knows, they might even be killed by fifth brother in the river. When that happens, I'll have my revenge. Big brother, look. Those few people are rowing the boat, but it looks like the bottom of the boat has been pierced through." A burly man pointed out. It was obvious that the boat was sinking. Pei Ziyun walked out of the cabin and looked at the boat. He frowned. The boat was about 50 to 60 meters away from the shore. The shore was filled with reeds, and he couldn't tell if there was an ambush. However, the boat was about to sink. He then shouted, "I've already killed the boatman. Just use some cloth and cotton to seal the hole. When we reach the shore, we'll be safe." "Yes, Master top scorer." The few people hiding amongst the reeds looked at this scene and frowned. The boat was rowing towards the shore. Why wasn't it sinking? Could it be that fifth brother had failed? As the boat neared the shore, Pei Ziyun looked at the reeds in the distance and laughed coldly. He then took off his robe, which was inconvenient for him, and revealed the soft armor underneath. Liao Gu was slightly taken aback and said, "Could it be that Master top scorer wants to go down and kill the bandits?" Pei Ziyun looked at the dense reeds and pulled out his sword. "The boat has been pierced through, and won't be able to hold out for long. Let's get closer to the shore. Even if it's stranded, it won't sink. However, the reeds are densely packed, and I'm afraid there might be an ambush waiting for us. I shall go down and take a look. The rest of you stay on the boat and protect His Excellency Liao." Pei Ziyun instructed as he jumped off the boat and landed amongst the reeds. The snow was falling and the rain was freezing cold. Some of the people hiding amongst the reeds didn't know how to fight. When they saw someone jumping off the reeds, they shouted, "Brothers, follow me! Kill!" Following Boss Chi's shout, a group of men brandished their blades as they charged out from the reeds, charging towards Pei Ziyun. Chapter 88. The reeds swayed in the wind, and the snowflakes fell onto his raincoat, bringing with them a chill. Pei Ziyun unsheathed his long sword and leapt off the reeds, landing on the ground. As soon as he landed, he realized that the reeds were very soft, and his feet sunk into the ground. "High scholar scoundrel, hand over your life." The leader laughed sinisterly. He was filled with grief and indignation as he charged forward with his sword. The people behind him shouted and charged forward with their swords. This was like a military formation. Pei Ziyun's pupils shrank as he hurriedly moved forward. "Kill this scoundrel, do not let him escape and harm the people again," the leader shouted. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun felt that something was amiss. He was about to say something when he heard the leader's sword slashing down. The sword was extremely fast. Almost at the same time, the two men on the left and right shouted as their swords flashed. Their coordination was flawless, and they attacked with all their might, leaving no room for maneuver. Stepping on the mud, Pei Ziyun's eyes turned cold as a dark aura appeared around him. Halfway through the attack, Pei Ziyun's body felt much lighter. Like a ray of light, the sword pierced through the man's body from the side. Ugh! The man groaned as his right abdomen split open. His internal organs and blood flowed out. "No, fourth brother!" The blade light retracted, and 3 zhing 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 sounds could be heard. Pei Ziyun took advantage of the momentum and pounced forward. In that instant, a great calamity befell one of them. Pooh! The sword pierced through his left shoulder and into his lungs. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Kill! At this point, the sound of swords clashing could be heard from the boat. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw 5 or 6 people leaping forward. 2 soldiers were fighting on the deck of the boat. Pei Ziyun wielded his sword and charged forward. Unlike himself, Liao Gu was an ordinary civil servant. He might not even be able to kill a chicken. Someone on the left and right shouted, "Quick, quick, stop them! Chen Ping, kill that dog official. This high scholar's martial arts are profound. We can't kill him. If you kill that dog official, you can avenge the people of Fu County." "Yes, big brother." Chen Ping was a burly man. When he heard these words, he charged into the cabin of the boat. The 2 soldiers were already retreating. When they saw Chen Ping charging towards them, their faces turned pale. "Kill! Protect the Lord!" Pei Ziyun was a top scorer, but he wasn't the head envoy. Liao Gu was the head envoy of the troops, and was also an official. If he were to be killed, these 2 soldiers would be beheaded even if they returned to the imperial court. They looked at each other and roared, unwilling to retreat. Die, Eagle Claw! Chen Ping's bladesmanship was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them could no longer block him. After a few moves, one of the soldiers revealed an opening. Die! Chen Ping coldly laughed and slashed out with his saber, cutting off Xiang Bing's hand that was holding the saber. It fell to the ground and blood flowed out. Xiang Bing's face was filled with despair. He didn't advance, but instead retreated and rushed forward. Pooh! Chen Ping pierced through the guard and was about to pull his blade out when the guard laughed out, "Thief, die with me!" As he said this, his remaining hand grabbed the saber tightly. Chen Ping couldn't pull it out and couldn't retreat. Another soldier stepped forward and slashed with his saber. It was fierce and accurate. Pfft! Chen Ping let out a blood-curdling scream as his chest was pierced through. Not good. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Pei Ziyun had only managed to take a few steps forward when he mumbled something under his breath. His sword glowed with a strange light. Die! The blades on his left and right shot out, as the sword gleamed brightly before disappearing. Cries of agony and the sound of blood raining down could be heard. The 2 guards who were blocking Pei Ziyun fell to the ground. Ah! At this point, a blood-curdling scream could be heard from the boat. Liao Gu retreated several steps, as if he was begging for mercy. However, he was in a frenzy of killing and couldn't care less. He shouted, "Dog official, die!" Pooh! The blade pierced through, and the entire boat was covered in blood. Die! Pei Ziyun saw that Liao Gu had been killed, and his eyes turned bloodshot. This was the head of the group. He laughed coldly. "I wanted to ask for a reason, but it seems like I won't have to. All of you die. Earth-sinking technique." He stretched out his hand, and because it was a swamp, the ground beneath the leader's feet sank deeper than the ground. The leader's eyes narrowed and he wanted to jump out, but it was too late. His sword gleamed brightly, and a head flew into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the people who had retreated shouted out, "Big Brother Qi!" Their eyes turned bloodshot as they pounced forward. "All of you die." Flash technique. As they pounced forward, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they were blinded. One of them exclaimed, "Not good, this person is a demon. Retreat, quick!" Just as he was about to shout, he stopped abruptly. Another head flew into the air. Pei Ziyun wielded his sword and charged forward, and heard 3 pew-pew sounds. 3 men who had their eyes closed had been killed. Dao arts had been fused with his martial arts. Killing these so-called martial arts experts was as easy as flipping his palm. Only one person managed to dodge the flash of light. Rain and snow fell onto the ground. The person who had dodged was covered in mud, and was panting, "Demon, I'm right. There are demons like you who are aiding the pirates. You are indeed a demon from Ji-Bei Ho's mansion. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. I've already broken ties with Ji-Bei Ho's mansion when I handed over the plan to exterminate the pirates. How could I be a lackey of Ji-Bei Ho's mansion? The man paused. How is that possible? You are obviously an accomplice of the pirate. You can't be wrong. The man hesitated. At this point, a scream was heard. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw that the second soldier could not hold on any longer. A head rolled onto the deck. The man shouted, "Li Cheng, quick, kill this person. He must be stalling for time. Don't let him recover, or he'll use his demonic arts again." That's right. Whether it's a misunderstanding or hatred, who would give up now? At this point, several people shouted and charged forward. Zheng. The blade and the sword clashed. The moment they clashed, the person wielding the blade felt his body tremble as he lost all his strength. The next moment, the sword pierced through his abdomen. This would not kill him in a short period of time, but would cause him to faint from the pain. He threw the blade away and fell to the ground. "Quick, save me! Kill!" Another sword slashed through the blade, piercing through his ribs. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, but the next blade was already at his right shoulder. Pei Ziyun's sword was obviously not strong, but Li Cheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his blade flew out of his hand. Pei Ziyun cleared his throat and was about to charge forward when he felt his legs go soft. Although he had only used a short amount of time, he had already used Dao arts 7 or 8 times. Although the last few strikes weren't as obvious, it was because of the Dao arts that his opponent lost all his strength. Pei Ziyun's cultivation was still shallow, and he couldn't use any more Dao arts. Kill, this high scholar can't use his demonic arts anymore. Li Cheng was overjoyed. The rest of the men shouted out in unison as they charged forward, using their blades to kill Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun retreated a few steps. Behind him was the river, and he jumped into the water. Li Cheng couldn't react in time. Pei Ziyun's sword slashed across his chest. Li Cheng screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. Kill! Another 2 men pounced forward. Pei Ziyun used his sword to slash at the water. The 2 men in front of him were hit in the eyes by the splashes of water, blinding them. The 2 men screamed out in fear and retreated. The sword flashed across their necks, and blood splattered everywhere. The 2 men clutched their necks as they fell into the river, staining the water red. Hua! Pei Ziyun stood up from the water, as the water on his body flowed down his body. At this point, the people on the boat had caught up as well, and there were 4 of them. You guys didn't manage to do it in one go. Your fates are sealed. Although he didn't have much energy left, it was enough for him to strike once more. Kill! Kill! The blade and sword flashed, and 3 men screamed out in pain. Their hearts and lungs had been pierced, and they fell to the ground. One of them turned around and ran. Pei Ziyun chased after him. Die! At this point, the man in front of him turned around and shot out a hidden weapon. Pei Ziyun hurriedly deflected it, but one of the hidden weapons pierced through the sword light and landed on his armor. Pei Ziyun broke out in cold sweat. Something's not right. How could this man have hidden weapons? He chased after him, and the man threw out another hidden weapon. Pei Ziyun was prepared and deflected all of them. Pooh! The man was struck by the sword and screamed out in pain. Speak, who sent you? Pei Ziyun was about to interrogate him when the man suddenly stopped screaming and fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun was shocked and used his sword to stab the man on the ground. The man didn't move at all. He then broke the tendons in his limbs and flipped the man over. The man was bleeding from all his orifices, and the blood was black. When he opened his mouth, he saw poisonous teeth. Death Warrior? Pei Ziyun's face darkened. At this point, the rain and snow started to fall. Deep within the reeds, a pair of terrified eyes stared at the scene. Pei Ziyun heard the sound of breathing, but he didn't look inside. It was the man who had been stabbed in the stomach. He wasn't dead yet and was still struggling on the ground. You're an accomplice of the pirates. You will die a horrible death. It's a pity that my brothers aren't your match. You won't be able to escape. We're not the only ones. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and placed it on the man's wound, and stopped the blood from flowing. He then asked, "Who told you that we were pirates?" "Haha, you think we don't know." "Cough cough, when you're about to drink, don't stop." Ji Bei Ho colluded with the pirates to destroy the county. Because of this, you wrote this poem, and became Ji Bei Ho's advisor. You think we don't know? If it wasn't for 15th brother, cough cough. As the man spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Ziyun wanted to ask more, but the man was already dead. The ground was littered with corpses. Snow continued to fall from the skies, covering everything. Pei Ziyun hopped onto the boat and looked at Liao Gu before calling out, "Your Excellency Liao?" Liao Gu wasn't dead yet, but with one look, he could tell that Liao Gu wasn't breathing. He was speechless. Just a moment ago they were still talking about wine and poetry, and now he was about to die. He sighed, "Your Excellency Liao, what other wishes do you have? If I can do it, I will do it for you." Pei Ziyun looked at Liao Gu struggling to speak. He stepped forward and pressed on him. A white light flashed and Liao Ji's face turned red. "Hee, thank you, Master Top Scorer. I've been studying etiquette all my life, and I've never let anyone down. It's just that I was poor all those years ago and I owed my wife a lot. I didn't let her live a good life. And now I owe my daughter. I only have this one daughter, and her mother died young. She can't stay in the tribe for long. I hope Master Top Scorer will take care of her." As Liao Gu spoke up to this point, his face had turned gray. He was panting and his eyes were wide open. It was as if he wouldn't die until Pei Ziyun agreed. "I will definitely take care of your daughter. Brother Liao Gu, go ahead." Liao Ji's internal organs had been damaged, and even the rain technique couldn't save him. That technique just now wasn't the rain technique, but a special technique that allowed one to regain consciousness. "Thank you, Master Top Scorer." As Liao Gu spoke, he choked and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then collapsed onto the deck of the boat, lifeless. Within the reeds, the little girl looked at the corpses on the floor, her eyes filled with disbelief. She then glared at the boat with hatred, and covered her mouth with her hands. That night, when the pirates attacked their house, they did the same thing. Her mother hid her in the grass, and she covered her mouth to save her life. Silently, tears rolled down her cheeks, mixing with the rainwater. She took advantage of the fact that the pirates were still on the boat, and slowly turned around to escape. Chapter 89. On one side of the reeds was the road, and on the other side of the road was the pine forest. At this point in the pine forest, snowflakes were falling from the pine trees. 6 men were holding onto their horses and waiting for orders. The leader's eyes were bright, and he had a murderous look on his face. He then turned around and asked, "Is the Taoist leader not here yet?" "Yes, I'll ask him now." One of the riders took the letter and released it into the air using a messenger pigeon. At this point, the riders heard the sounds of killing coming from the reeds. The leader laughed coldly. This person must have met with these martial artists. Indeed, they are the best at hiding in the dark. We only sent someone to provoke them, and they immediately attacked. I don't know how they found out about this, but there are rumors going around that the incident in Fu County was caused by our Ho Mansion colluding with the pirates. They deserve to be killed. But since they're so angry, why don't they just kill the pirates or come to our Ho Mansion? They're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Luckily, the Taoist leader spread the news and made use of these people. If not, it would be hard to kill them all. Especially with them attacking us, no matter how many people die, we would have a scapegoat to blame. When everyone heard this, they all agreed, "Your Excellency is right. Although these martial artists are not as strong as the soldiers, they were able to escape from Fu County. They are considered second or third class. It won't be easy to kill them all. Since these two parties are fighting to the death, we can take the opportunity to kill them. Following this person's words, everyone started laughing. Using a plan, driving the wolf to swallow the tiger. No matter who won, it would be hard for them to escape death. Shoo, the sounds of killing have stopped. So fast? The leader's face darkened as he waved his hands, and all the sounds disappeared. Everyone looked around, and the atmosphere became tense. Without people blocking the boat, the water started to flow in. Pei Ziyun changed out of his wet clothes and put on a clean raincoat. He then retrieved his silver and documents and left the boat. As he passed by, he saw a jug of wine and a dead chicken in the middle of the reeds. The snow fell on the reeds, and he could see the broken bowls on the ground. He knew that these bandits had sworn a blood oath to kill him. Pei Ziyun stepped on the snow and walked out of the reeds. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. He had just been through a fierce battle. Looking at the snowy scenery, he felt poetic, the scenery of the northern lands, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. It was only the third sentence when Pei Ziyun's expression changed. He ducked down and heard the sound of arrows being fired. Several arrows pierced through the snow, but all of them missed. At the next moment, the sound of galloping horses could be heard as 6 riders galloped out from the forest. The leader of the group laughed out loud. "I've long heard that Master Top Scorer's poems are renowned throughout the lands. Indeed, that's not the case. It's just that today's poem shall become a masterpiece. The person who will kill Master Top Scorer shall be me." Pei Ziyun sighed and unsheathed his sword. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. After killing several bandits, they wanted to board a boat and leave. Who would have thought that the boat would sink? So they ate and rested for a while before leaving. Then 6 riders came and they quickly retreated. Cavalry was the best weapon to kill enemies on flat ground. However, in the reeds and forests they were restricted. These 6 riders were extremely fast. Yes. As soon as they finished speaking, they were already in front of the bandit. Their swords pointed towards the direction of their formation. Wind and thunder erupted, and there were no flaws in their formation. Countless martial artists had fallen under their blades. Blinding light technique. Pung! A bright light pierced through the air, blinding everyone's eyes. Even the horses neighed in fear. Pei Ziyun did not retreat, but instead advanced forward, killing his way through. Clang! His sword turned into a ray of light, piercing through the right side of one of the rider's ribs. Pooh! The rider was wearing heavy armor. If it was a normal sword, it would not have been able to pierce through. Although there was some resistance, the ray of light pierced through the armor. Ugh! The rider's entire body trembled as he fell forward. Only then did the shadows of the riders split apart. With a wave of his hand, a hidden weapon shot out. Not good, this person has demonic technique. Get into formation, the leader shouted out. However, the sword had already felt the heavy armor, and was not aimed at the rider. The hidden weapon flew towards the horse. In a split second, the illumination effect wore off. When the riders saw the hidden weapon flying towards them, they shouted out in disbelief, "Thief, how dare you!" Pu Piu, the 3 horses were hit by the hidden weapon, as they neighed in pain. Pei Ziyun retreated back into the reeds. Not good, this person has entered the reeds. Let's chase after him. If we wait for him to escape, we will be in trouble. The 3 horses were disobedient and were in a frenzy. The leader shouted out, "Dismount, kill him." The leader dismounted from his horse and landed on the ground. Without hesitation, he stabbed his sword into the injured horse. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out. His face was filled with anger as he charged forward, cutting off any path of retreat. Against a martial artist, a cavalry was no threat at all. Who would have thought that this person had used demonic techniques to blind his eyes? He stroked his sword, his face filled with coldness. Leader, this person has entered the reeds. The situation is unclear. It's best that we don't enter. Let's wait for the Taoist leader to arrive before we kill him. One of the riders spoke out. We've received Master Ho's kindness. How can we give up so easily? The leader cleared his throat. This person has been through a lot of fighting. His strength and demonic techniques should be depleted soon. What happened just now must have been a delaying tactic. Don't be afraid. Pei Ziyun hurriedly picked up his weapons and buried them in the ground. It was snowing heavily. He buried the blades 2 to 3 inches deep into the ground. The rest of the blades were outside the ground and covered with reeds. As long as these people dared to enter the reeds, he would teach them a lesson. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. The 5 of them split up and entered the reeds. These people were all elite. They whistled to each other and communicated with each other. Pei Ziyun hid among them and listened to the whistles. These people were well versed in hunting and killing. They had formed a huge net, and as long as he managed to kill one of them, he would be surrounded. This was no longer the work of a random martial artist, but a well-trained elite soldier. If he was not careful, he would lose everything and be killed. Pei Ziyun remained silent as he thought of a way out of this situation. The snow fell onto the ground. All of a sudden, there was a rustle in the reeds. Pei Ziyun moved like a cat and snuck over. He saw a person looking around cautiously, occasionally whistling to communicate with his teammate. Pei Ziyun took a deep breath and looked around. His heart skipped a beat. It's a soldier. It wasn't just because this person was wearing armor. More importantly, it was because of his aura. Martial artists, bandits, and assassins all killed people. However, the difference between them and soldiers was that soldiers killed openly and did not have to worry about punishment. Others had to be hidden. Hence, killing people openly had an aura of invincibility. It was very easy to tell who it was. This person got closer and closer. As soon as he whistled, Pei Ziyun pounced forward and stabbed out with his sword. This person instinctively shivered, but it was too late. Pooh! Just as he was about to scream, Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and swiped at his neck. This person immediately fell to his knees and clutched his neck, wanting to scream. However, he was like a rooster that was clutching his throat. A sound could be heard from afar. The rest of the people looked over warily. That sound is from a wild chicken. A voice cried out in alarm, followed by a wail. Not good, this bastard has buried a knife in the reeds. Everyone be careful. Pei Ziyun was secretly overjoyed. He could feel the exhaustion in his body. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. It was just a trip to the capital city, and yet he had fallen into such a predicament. 4 whistles rang out, but there were only 4 of them. Pei Ziyun did not hide too far away, but crouched down under the reeds. The dense reeds were the best place to assassinate. The 4 of them inched closer to him. Pei Ziyun heard the sound of their footsteps. His sword pierced through the reeds, and one of them groaned. He then reacted. This bastard is... Pei Ziyun twisted his sword violently, and heard a scream. This person's internal organs were crushed, and he spat out blood as he fell to the ground. 3 of them. Pei Ziyun counted. These people were all riding on horses. Pei Ziyun, who had almost used up all his Dao techniques, was no match for them. However, this was the reeds, and could be used for sneak attacks, assassinations, and ambushes. There was still a chance of survival. One of them pounced forward and shouted, "Don't be afraid. This bastard is only trying to ambush us. He can't use his demonic arts anymore. Get into formation and kill this bastard." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. This bastard wasn't only good at sneak attacks. The 6 of them were well coordinated, and it was hard to defend against him. This was the limit of a human's strength. However, there were only 1 or 2 of them, and the difference in strength was obvious. Die! Pei Ziyun roared as he pounced forward and his sword flashed. Clang! The person in front of him struck out with his sword as well, filled with killing intent. When the sword and blade collided, Pei Zi-yun grunted. This person was strong and seemed to be born with godly strength. It was said that the 7th and 8th levels of strength could be used to wield a heavy bow, lift a huge rock, or wear a suit of armor. Some people were born with such strength. Just because you're born with it doesn't mean that you can defend against Dao techniques. Pei Zi-yun used his remaining strength and struck out once more. Clang! At this point, the leader felt a strange force pushing against him. At that moment, his body went limp. This numbness lasted only for a short period of time, but it was a life-or-death battle. Pooh! A cold light pierced through his heart as snowflakes fell from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Zi-yun grunted as well, as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were still 2 more people behind him. Leader! The 2 of them shouted at the same time. One of them pounced forward. Kill! The saber light was cold, but another person turned around and fled. Tao Zi, come quickly, this person is no longer. Pei Zi-yun struck out with his sword once more, causing sparks to fly. His sword missed by an inch, and in the next moment, his sword pierced through the man's heart. He groaned as he felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked down, he realized that the sword had pierced through his armor and came out from his back. He fell to the ground dead. Something's not right. This person's martial arts and demonic techniques are all top-notch. I have to report this to Master Ho. We have to surround and kill him. If not, it will be difficult to kill him. The person who was escaping thought to himself as he escaped from the reeds. The horse was just in front of him. He whistled as a horse galloped towards him. He was just about to mount the horse when he heard the word bind. It was as if his legs had grown roots, and he was unable to climb up the horse. He then heard a cold voice, "Who sent you?" The person stopped crawling and did not say a word. With a loud shout, he struck out with all his might. Chi! The sound of cloth being torn apart could be heard as the sword sliced through the man's body. Speak! Pei Zi-yun forced his way forward. The man gave a bitter laugh as he pulled out a dagger and stabbed himself in the heart. He then fell to the ground, twitching as he died. Death Warrior! It seemed like although this person was escaping, it was only a temporary measure. He wasn't really afraid of death. Pei Zi-yun was speechless. Snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on his face, forming water droplets on his face. His raincoat had already fallen off during the battle earlier. He walked out and started chanting, "The wind is howling, the water is cold, the hero will never return." He then leaped onto a horse and galloped away. Pei Zi-yun was really afraid. If another wave of attacks came, even if he was a martial artist, he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 90. Thick clouds covered the sky, and the north wind blew a huge amount of snow onto the ground. Pei Zi-yun rode his horse and galloped all the way. West Hall County was just ahead of him. After galloping for about 30 kilometers, he finally entered the county. It was noon. It was snowing heavily, and there were few people around. He went straight to the yamen and saw that the doors were closed. The bluestone steps in front of the door were covered with a thick layer of snow. Pei Zi-yun dismounted from his horse and saw the drum in the fence. He pushed the gate open and started beating the drum. Dong 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 sounds could be heard. It was almost the new year. In the afternoon, the county magistrate discussed the matters of the new year with some people and went back to the yamen for a drink. Before he had finished resting, he heard the sound of the drums. He had no choice but to open the door and go out. He was very unhappy and secretly cursed. Who was the one who beat the drums? At this point, someone had already opened the door of the county government office. He rubbed his hands and shouted, "It's snowing and cold. Who's here to report the case?" "I am the current top scorer of Ing Prefecture. I was ordered by the governor to accompany the governor's envoy to the imperial court. I didn't expect that there would be an assassination attempt. The head envoy Liao Gu was killed. I'm here to report the case. Pei Ziyun said coldly. What? An official was killed? The bailiff was shocked, and hurriedly turned around to inform the magistrate. Before long, he led Pei Ziyun into the magistrate's office. At this point, the West Hall County Magistrate was sitting in the main hall, rubbing his hands and feet. His nose was red from the cold. He then said, Are you top scorer, Pei? Tell me everything in detail. Pei Ziyun then handed over the documents and explained everything in detail. When they heard that more than 20 people had died, everyone in the hall was filled with fear. This was a major case. Top scorer, please bring us there quickly. This is going to be troublesome, the magistrate said fearfully. The county magistrate, several constables, and dozens of bailiffs rushed to the ferry. When they arrived at the field of reeds, they saw corpses littering the ground. Everyone was terrified. The magistrate had just turned 50 this year, and had a dignified demeanor. However, his face was ashen at this point. Check every single corpse and record it down. Along the way, Pei Ziyun noticed that the horses and the corpses of the 6 men were nowhere to be seen. He gave a cold humph. Indeed, there was someone behind these people. Luckily, he had escaped quickly enough. Now that he was surrounded by the officials, they wouldn't dare to attack him. I implore Master Top Scorer to stay for a few days, the county magistrate said with a bitter face. For him, this was an unexpected disaster. It happened in his jurisdiction. Even if it wasn't his responsibility, he couldn't avoid a bad evaluation. However, the person in front of him was a top scorer. If he was a commoner, or even an elementary scholar, he would have taken him down long ago. Of course. Pei Ziyun smiled and followed the magistrate into the city. The winter days were short and the sky was getting dark. The magistrate had been an official for a long time, and had regained some of his composure. He smiled. Master Top Scorer, I've long heard of your great name. It's my honor to meet you today. Please allow me to be your host. The magistrate also understood that this matter couldn't be blamed on Pei Ziyun, nor could he be blamed on Pei Ziyun. Since he couldn't do anything about it, why should he be the enemy? It would be better to form a good relationship, so he led the way to the small hall. There was already a small banquet in the living room. A hot pot was boiling and white smoke was rising from it. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. So it's antique soup. It's late and cold, this is the best. Hot pot, also known as antique soup, existed during the Warring States period. The pot was made of clay. By the time of the Song dynasty, hot pot was common among the commoners. During the Qing dynasty, hot pot was not only popular among the commoners, but also became an imperial dish. This world was similar. Hot pot was considered elegant, and the most important thing was that it was convenient. The magistrate laughed. It's because it's late and cold that I didn't have time to prepare. Besides, even if I did prepare, it would get cold quickly. That's why I'm using this pot. As he spoke, a serving maid came over and placed the spices, ginger, garlic, sugar and vinegar into the pot. She then poured some yellow wine into the pot. At that point, the aroma of meat, wine and vegetables filled the air. Slices of pork, meatballs and other ingredients were placed on the table. There were also steamed buns, spring rolls and snacks. What are you saying, magistrate? Pei Ziyun laughed. I'm already satisfied with this sumptuous feast. As he spoke, he picked up the wine jug on the table and poured some wine for the magistrate. He then sniffed it. It's fragrant. This is self-brewed wine. Hearing Pei Ziyun's praise, the magistrate said happily, let's drink it together. In actual fact, Pei Ziyun was already hungry. He wolfed down the food. The magistrate was also very attentive and poured a cup of wine for Pei Ziyun. After a few cups, he then said, Master Top Scorer, do you have any new works? Why not let us feast our eyes on it? I've written my university notes, and used up all my years of writing. I don't have any more essays, but I do have a poem. It was written when I was crossing the river. Pei Ziyun laughed. Just now, when he was killing people, he was still thinking about the scenery of the northern land. Now, he didn't dare to say a single word about it. If it wasn't written by the emperor or the emperor himself, he would definitely be beheaded. He then recited, "Thousands of mountain birds fly, tens of thousands of people disappear. A lone boat with a straw hat, fishing alone in the cold river." This was Lu Zongyuan's poem about mountains and rivers. The intention was to express his anger at being demoted. It was just 4 lines, but it created a sense of desolation and loneliness. Although he didn't use the word snow directly, it was as if he could see snow falling from the sky, and could feel the biting cold. When it came to Pei Ziyun, it was another realm. The magistrate listened to this person's words and suddenly remembered that there were more than 20 corpses. Many of them were killed by this person. He then thought to himself, "What a good poem, what a strong killing intent." His heart trembling, the magistrate raised his cup and said, "What a good poem. With this wine, I won't be drunk even after 1,000 cups. Cheers." After the banquet ended, the magistrate ordered people to clean up the room and invited Pei Ziyun to stay for the night. The room was warm and the blankets were soft. It was very comfortable to lie down on. Pei Ziyun was extremely tired, but he couldn't fall asleep. He was thinking, "The people who attacked me, the first batch were martial artists, the second batch must be soldiers. That's strange. Although my departure is not a secret, the time and route I take is a secret. I purposely kept it a secret. There are no satellites here, who would be able to react fast enough to intercept us." The answer wasn't hard to guess. Pei Ziyun sighed and put on his clothes. He paced slowly in front of the bed. The fire in the brazier was still burning. Without hesitation, he checked his belongings. Soft armor, no problem. Magic sword, no problem. This is... He rummaged through his bag and touched something. When he left, he didn't remember having it. When he pulled it out, his face turned cold. It was a Dao talisman. Pei Ziyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't expect that someone would hide a Dao talisman under his clothes. Pei Ziyun recognized this talisman. It was a tracking talisman and could be used to locate someone. He was furious. "Who did this to me? Could it be?" Thinking of the source, Pei Ziyun gave a cold laugh. "Forget it, who else could it be? It must be you, Songji." "Hey, I took a look. It can only last for 10 days? Then there's no use for me to take it back. Besides, I can't go back now. But am I someone who can't fight back when they bully me? Let me think, how can I retaliate? I shall stay in the county for 3 days and let you catch up. At the same time, let me prepare myself and give you a surprise." Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun let out a smile. On the 3rd day, Pei Ziyun brought his documents back to the capital city and bade farewell to the magistrate. He had only known Pei Ziyun for a few days, and the magistrate was impressed by his talents. He even gave him 20 taels of silver as a gift. Mountain deity temple on a hill, there was an empty plot of land. It was made up of soil and rocks, and there weren't many trees. In the middle of the empty plot of land, there was a broken temple. Perhaps it was because of the lack of maintenance, the walls of the temple were mottled, and a cold wind blew in. There was a plaque on the door, with the words, "Mountain Deity Temple," written on it. Pei Ziyun walked up to the altar and lit up some incense. He then heaved a sigh of relief. There are no more deities in this temple. If not, I wouldn't have chosen this place. There were deities in this world, and there were deities in this temple. Pei Ziyun would not have chosen this place. Since there were no more worries, Pei Ziyun looked around coldly. The temple was wide and spacious, with a mountain at the back. It was a good place to set up an ambush. From the front, he could check on his enemies, and from the back, he could escape into the forest. If they didn't come, it would be fine. But if they did, he would definitely make them suffer. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. Ever since he had acquired the Tao talisman, he had this idea. He then lit up a bonfire. How could he not take revenge after falling into such a trap? This Tao talisman could expose his location, and could also lure the enemy into an ambush. Tonight, he would see if any thieves came. If they did, how could he rest in peace without killing a few of them? He laughed evilly and retrieved a water pouch from the back of his horse. The water pouch was huge and heavy. The magistrate even asked him about it. Pei Ziyun laughed. This is to bring some wine. The weather is cold and we can warm ourselves with wine. The magistrate actually believed him. At this point, Pei Ziyun carefully used the water pouch to wash the wood, the door, as well as other places that would catch fire easily. He then laughed coldly. This kerosene of mine has been tormenting me for several days. The kerosene I stole is of high quality. I've also used some Tao arts to refine it. I can guarantee that it will catch fire in a short period of time. After all the preparations were done, Pei Ziyun retracted his evil smile and revealed a look of fear. Previously at Common Reed Bank, he had been too careless. He didn't think that these people would be so daring as to lure a martial artist who had a feud with the pirates to kill an official. But the ambush wasn't professional enough. If that woman from the first wave of attacks had been coordinated with them, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Thinking about it, Pei Ziyun felt a chill down his spine. At this point, he held onto his sword and leaned against the pillar of the temple. After some time, he heard noises coming from outside. Pei Ziyun was startled. He then snuck to the door and saw dozens of shadows. He then thought to himself, these thieves have learned their lesson. Originally, the martial artists at Common Reed Bank were just a motley crew. Although the cavalry behind them were elites, they were too few in number. I've taken them down one by one. From the looks of it, there are at least 30 of them. Furthermore, from the way they've snuck over here, it seems like they're all well trained. It's obvious that they're prepared to wipe me out in one fell swoop. In all fairness, if it weren't for this battlefield, I wouldn't have been able to escape if I were anywhere else. He then retrieved some items from his body and threw them into the incense burner. He then turned around and snuck towards the back of the courtyard. Taking advantage of the fact that these people weren't too close to him, he jumped out of the courtyard and hid behind a boulder. Chapter 91. After a few breaths, the group of people held their breaths as they made their way to the front of the temple. Without any hesitation, everyone was silent. They waved their hands and two groups of people crossed each other's path, covering each other's back. The person in the middle took light steps and quickly reached the stairs. He then squatted down and waited for his orders. Kill! The order was given silently. Boom! The door of the temple was smashed open. As the door was smashed open, several tall and sturdy warriors rushed in with long swords in their hands, shouting, "Kill!" On both sides there were people attacking at the same time. Pei Ziyun broke out in cold sweat. The secret of modern firepower was to attack from all directions at the same time, and destroy the enemy in a split second. And this attack carried with it the same feeling. However, the inside of the temple was silent. 20 warriors followed the person in front of them and rushed into the main hall of the temple. Their swords shone brightly, and the originally gloomy temple was suddenly filled with killing intent. However, in the next moment, the leader, who had just charged in with an imposing manner and was about to kill his enemy with lightning speed, could not help but be stunned. No one's here? The leader stood in the main hall and looked at the empty hall. His heart sank. Could it be that the information I received was wrong? But in the next moment, he saw an incense stick burning in front of the main hall. The incense stick was giving off a sweet fragrance. It had just been placed in the main hall not long ago, and was emitting a red glow. The entire main hall seemed empty, and it was a little strange. Search! The leader shouted angrily. The leader's expression changed as he turned to look at the incense stick and exclaimed, "Not good, this incense is poisoned." As soon as the words left his mouth, the incense stick lit up something in the incense burner. With a loud boom, a fireball exploded. This fireball was like a firework, shooting out in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the entire temple was engulfed in flames, turning into a sea of fire. A few people who were close to the temple could not dodge in time, and screamed out in pain. "Retreat!" Everyone ran outside, but their limbs were weak and their bodies were weak. However, the leader was a highly skilled martial artist. With a shout, he took a deep breath and was about to rush out. Pei Zi-yun was prepared for this. Without saying a word, he drew the bow in his hands and pulled back the bowstring. He looked at the door quietly. This bow was specially requested from the magistrate. It had a strength of 2 stones, and the arrows on the bowstring were specially made iron centipede arrows. There were only 3 bows in the entire county. A person rushed out of the door. The twang of Pei Zi-yun's bowstring rang out as an arrow pierced through the flames. The man gave a loud cry as he attacked with all his might. Sparks flew everywhere. "Good!" Pei Zi-yun cheered. "Pooh!" Another arrow shot out, and the leader was finally unable to completely block it. With a muffled groan, he was hit and fell heavily to the ground. The tip of the arrow was made of armor-piercing steel. Even if one did not die after being shot, blood would flow incessantly and the armor-piercing power would be strong. Boom! Pei Zi-yun had been laying out the formation for a long time. The flames were extremely fierce, and in an instant, the entire area around them turned red. The moment the leader landed on the ground, it started burning. It let out a hoarse cry and charged towards Pei Zi-yun. "You know that you won't be able to survive?" "Pooh!" The long arrow pierced deep into his chest and through his back. The leader let out a groan and looked at the arrow in disbelief. He then looked at Pei Zi-yun as his entire body twitched and fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed continuously from his wounds. "Quick, quick, break the window and get out." Some of the people jumped out of the window. Just as they were in midair, they heard a piu-piu sound. These people were not as skilled as the leader. The sound of the arrow piercing through flesh was chilling. In midair, the leader's body fell to the ground, dead. Boom! The fire had burnt through the roof, and the beams had collapsed, sealing off all escape routes. Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly as he threw his bow aside and pulled out his sword. "Surround and kill him." Only 7 people managed to escape the sea of fire. One of them shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Out of the 30 people, only 7 or 8 remained. These warriors shouted and raised their swords as they charged forward. "Die!" Pei Zi-yun grunted coldly. The incense within the temple was incense, and anyone who was affected by it would lose all their strength. The fire would also be fatal. These people were no longer a threat to him. Baka. This person seemed to be a Japanese warrior. As he swung his sword down, Pei Zi-yun's body flashed like a ray of light. The moment they crossed paths, the warrior clutched his throat, unable to speak. Blood flowed from between his fingers. The people behind did not pay attention to them. At this critical moment of life and death, even if the 2 warriors were exhausted, they still fought with their lives on the line. Their coordination was flawless as they slashed down, bringing with them wind and thunder. As long as they could tie down Pei Zi-yun, the brothers behind them would kill this person. Earth collapse technique. A scream rang out as one of the warrior's right legs sank into the ground. He had charged too quickly, and his entire right leg was broken. His muscles were torn apart, revealing the white bones underneath. Their combined attack revealed a flaw. The sword flashed and followed the warrior's movements. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The warrior on the left was sliced open, and his internal organs were squeezed out of his body. He cried out in pain as he dropped his sword and fell to the ground. Pei Zi-yun then leapt up and used his sword to defend against the incoming sword. Clang! The warrior's entire body trembled as his sword flew out of his hand. Pooh! The warrior was struck in midair and fell heavily to the ground. Shoot! Without a sound, one of the warriors shot out 12 iron spikes. These spikes were coated with poison. Pei Zi-yun did not attempt to block them. Instead, he leapt up and changed the direction of his falling body to block them. Pu-piu sounds could be heard as the spikes pierced into his body. It was as if he had turned into a beehive. Following which, he transformed into a ray of light as he closed in on the warrior. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. One of the warriors screamed as he slashed down with his sword. He had a crazed look on his face, as if he could not accept what was happening to him. The sword then sliced through his neck, and his head flew into the air as fresh blood splattered everywhere. "Spare me!" The last warrior saw this and fell to his knees. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Master Top Scorer, please don't kill me!" Pei Zi-yun's face turned cold as he stepped forward and used his sword to remove the man's veil, revealing his face. He was a man around 30 years of age. Pei Zi-yun didn't even have the chance to interrogate him before the man told him everything that had happened. "Master Top Scorer, I didn't want to come here. It was these pirates who kidnapped me and forced me to lead the way. I beg young master to spare me." Hearing these words, Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. He had really been kidnapped by the pirate. He was still wearing a veil and was dressed in black. With a swing of his sword, the man's neck started to bleed. The man straightened his neck and shouted, "Master Top Scorer, I really didn't know. A Taoist gave me 100 taels of silver, and I did it. I beg Master Top Scorer to spare my life. Die." At this point, the warrior with the broken leg shouted out as he slashed his sword towards Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun was taken aback and rolled away. This warrior wasn't trying to kill Pei Zi-yun, but instead aimed his sword at the man who had just attacked him. With a "piu" sound, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Pei Zi-yun remained silent. He had been too careless, and had charged forward with his sword. The warrior with the broken leg had leaped into the air, and had used up all his energy. Seeing Pei Zi-yun charging towards him, he gave a bitter laugh and slashed his sword towards his own neck. Ping! Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the man fell to the ground. His body trembled as a pool of blood spread out from his wound. The man who had been targeted by the sword was still alive. Pei Zi-yun rushed forward and placed his hands on the man's body. A white light flashed, and the man started to mumble, "Master Top Scorer, save me! Master Top Scorer, save me! Who wants to kill me? What does a Taoist look like? Tell me, I have a way to save you." Pei Zi-yun spoke as he used the drought rain technique to heal his wound. The man was overjoyed as he struggled. "Thank you, Master Top Scorer. Actually, I am one of Ji Bei Ho's men. Tonight, a Taoist gave me a secret order and ordered me to cooperate." Before the man could finish speaking, his face turned ashen, as if he had realized something. A look of regret appeared on his face, and he couldn't speak anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood and internal organs. His pupils dilated as he fell to the ground, lifeless. His internal organs have been ruptured, and he can only use the drought rain technique to heal himself. However, I'll be able to get some information out of him. Pei Zi-yun retracted his hand. The fire was still burning, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Pei Zi-yun took off the masks of the dead men and thought, "Are there any from Japan, soldiers, or even people from the pugilistic world? Ji Bei Ho, the hatred between us is irreconcilable. Songji, it seems like you've colluded with Ji Bei Ho. Or rather, you've told him about my location. Who's that Taoist? Free Cloud sect, Holy Jail sect, or some other sect? Or maybe a rogue cultivator?" He threw the Tao talisman into the fire, and the entire temple was ablaze. The fire burned for more than an hour. Pei Zi-yun looked at the fire and waited for the temple to burn out. No matter what, if he left the temple now, he might start a fire. The village wasn't far away. He wasn't a murderous maniac, nor was he an arsonist. He couldn't do that. From afar, the village seemed to have noticed him. The sound of a gong could be heard, and shadows of people could be seen. Dogs could be heard barking from afar. He waited for a long time, but nobody came. As the fire died down, Pei Zi-yun called out to the system. The light from the fire shone on his forehead, and the image of a plum blossom could be seen. One petal was white, while the other was light red. Soon after, a small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. Free Cloud Sect Origin Manual, Level 6. Dao Techniques, 31 Types, Advanced. Free Cloud Sect Sword Technique, Advanced, 35, 1% completion. I've improved. It wasn't a surprise that he had reached the 6th level of the Free Cloud Sect Origin Manual. It had been a few months since he had reached the 6th level. It wasn't a surprise that he had reached the advanced level of the Free Cloud Sect Sword Technique. Even though he had the experience of the original owner, his improvement was still slow. He had experienced many battles, and was only at 35. 1% completion. Indeed, this system isn't the real system. Even though I was assassinated, it didn't give me a mission. Pei Zi-yun sighed as he flipped through the information interface. Indeed, this so-called system isn't the real system. Even though I've been assassinated, there's no such thing as a mission. Pei Zi-yun flipped through the pages and sighed. Pei Zi-yun looked at the system's last mission. The words were written in red. Mission: establish merits, become the top 3 heroes of the outer sect. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he looked at the last mission in the system. The words were written in red. Mission: establish merits, become the top 3 heroes of the outer sect. At this point, the flames were slowly dying down. It looked like it wouldn't cause a forest fire. Pei Zi-yun didn't hesitate any longer. He turned around and leapt onto his horse. Chapter 92. Small town. It was snowing, and thick clouds hung over the sky. The white salt and snow hit people's faces. The wind howled for the whole night, and the weather suddenly became abnormally cold. The people on the road all rubbed their hands in the cold, and their noses were bright red. It was almost the new year. Pei Zi-yun sat in an inn and looked out the window at the falling snow. In the distance, he could hear the faint sounds of crying. "Boss, what's wrong?" The boss was pasting the couplets. It was almost midnight and there were very few customers. The boss announced that everyone who came to eat and stay today would have a 20% discount. Hearing Pei Zi-yun's question, she sighed. It was a mother and daughter. Halfway through their journey, the man died of illness. Since he died, and they had no money to return home, they were crying. The mother and daughter are going to sell themselves to buy a coffin to bury their man. Our cries have disturbed you. When Pei Zi-yun heard this, he did not say a word. He then walked out of the door. A gust of cold wind blew against him, carrying snow with it. Pei Zi-yun looked over and saw that not far from him, the river had frozen over. The snow on the ice was swirling around like mist. Pei Zi-yun looked at the 2 men squatting under the eaves and did not move forward. After some time, he said, "Boss, boss." The boss caught up to him. "Young master, your dishes are almost ready. What can I do for you?" If I remember correctly, a normal coffin would only cost 3 taels of silver. Staying in your inn should be enough for a few taels of silver, right? Here, take this. As he said this, he took out 2 silver ingots and threw them over. The innkeeper took a look and saw that there were 2 taels of silver. The innkeeper could see that the silver was thin, the edges were white and the bottom was white. When he bit into it, he could see that the inside was white. This was about 80% of the highest quality silver. He then asked, "Young master, what is this?" "Give it to the mother and daughter. Return your lodging fee and buy a coffin. Keep the rest for your traveling expenses." As soon as these words were spoken, The innkeeper's smile froze. He then spoke with much sincerity. Young master is really kind. However, I do not need to pay for this inn. This inn has been in my hands for 5 generations. If a customer dies here, I do not charge any fees. Young master, don't worry, I will send the money over. Pei Zi-yun sat down and nodded his head. At this point, a waiter came over with some food and wine. Young master, your food and wine are here. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head, and the waiter carried the plates down the stairs. Pei Zi-yun ate his meal as he stared at the snowflakes falling from afar. Ever since he killed the pirates and burnt the Tao amulet, no one had attacked him along the way. Go back. If something like this happened, they wouldn't be able to complete the task of requesting for a conferment when they returned. At that time, the sect would definitely replace them with someone else to do it. Who would get the credit then? If he lost this point, he would lose the opportunity to become the sect leader's disciple. He could not retreat, he could only move forward. Thinking up to this point, he still felt a little depressed. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He felt a burning sensation in his throat. After eating a few mouthfuls of the dishes, his brows relaxed. Young master, I see that you are depressed, and it seems that things are not going well. Can you give me a cup of wine so that I can help you resolve the knot in your heart? A voice drifted over. Pei Zi-yun looked up and saw a Taoist leading a Taoist boy. They stood in front of the table in front of Pei Zi-yun. This Taoist has come in a strange manner. Let's see what he has to say before making a decision. Thinking this way, Pei Zi-yun then said, Taoist, please take a seat and drink. The Taoist boy then sat down in front of Pei Zi-yun and picked up a piece of peanut. It was extremely fragrant and crispy. He then downed a cup of wine, looking extremely refreshed. Pei Zi-yun laughed and poured himself a cup of wine as well. He then looked at the little Taoist boy beside the Taoist boy. This little Taoist boy had her hair combed into a hairpin and looked extremely delicate. Her face was red from the cold, and her face was expressionless. Pei Zi-yun frowned. Who is this little girl? She looks familiar, and from her expression, she doesn't seem friendly towards me. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he hesitated. Pei Zi-yun then laughed. Taoist leader, I'm afraid you're here to scam food and wine out of me. But that's nothing much. I'm in a bad mood. Taoist leader, if you want to drink, please do so. In this snowy weather, the two of us can drink together and chat. Waiter, bring the bowls and chopsticks, and add a few more dishes for these 2 guests. Pei Zi-yun turned around and shouted to the waiter. All right, please wait a moment, it'll be served soon. The waiter acknowledged and brought the bowls, chopsticks, and wine over. The little Taoist boy sat down as well and picked up the chopsticks to eat the dishes, as if he was hungry. The Taoist boy took the wine pot and poured himself a cup of hot wine. He then tilted his head back and drank. This wine is not bad. Did you give the mother and daughter some money just now? You're indeed kind. The new year is coming, and those who are still staying in this inn are all poor people. I have money on hand, why should I be stingy with it? Pei Zi-yun drank a few cups of wine and saw that the Taoist boy was deep in thought. He then laughed. This is just a feeling of the human heart. It cannot be said that I'm kind. Or rather, when people are rich, they tend to be kind. When people are poor, they tend to be evil. When people are rich, they tend to be kind. When people are poor, they tend to be evil. When people are good, they tend to be evil. The Taoist boy nodded his head and sighed. Well said. The world is chaotic, and people compete to eat each other. There's no such thing as kindness. I, a Taoist, am deeply affected by this. Now that the world has been peaceful for 7 years, good people will be born from peace. Young master, how long do you think this peace will last? Pei Zi-yun gulped down a cup of wine and ate some of the dishes. He then looked at the falling snow and laughed. Taoist, why are you so curious about my opinion? If I had to say, the world has been divided for a long time, and united for a long time, it must be divided. For thousands of years this has happened. Ha ha! The Taoist boy laughed. Young master must be joking. The world has been divided for a long time, and united for a long time, it must be divided. It's just that to you and me, whether we live in peace or chaos, the difference is like the distance between heaven and earth. Ever since the collapse of the previous dynasty, our dynasty has been in order. This year is already the 7th year. The imperial court is stable, and it's a blessing for the people. Pei Ziyun listened to the Taoist boy's words and laughed. The world is far from stable. He paused before continuing. As a person, 3 years is enough to stabilize the world. There's an old saying, 3 years does not change your father's ways. As a ruler, only 30 years can be considered stable. The dynasty has only been established for 7 years, and we need at least another 20 years of peace before the world can truly be considered stable. When the Taoist boy heard this, he laughed. Young master, you're right. The emperor's body isn't stable, and he's in a hurry to clear out all the evils in the world to pave the way for the crown prince. This is where trouble lies. Young master, what do you think of this? Pei Ziyun froze as he gulped down his wine. He then laughed. Taoist boy must be joking. My dynasty has just been established, and the emperor ascended the throne at the age of 45. It's been 7 years since then, and we're in the prime of our lives. I hope that the emperor will take good care of his body, and rule for another 20 years without any worries. Young master is right, that makes sense. It's just that young master said that the world isn't stable yet, and now you're saying that you hope for the emperor to rule for another 20 years. Are you saying that without these 20 years of peace there will be trouble? If that's the case, young master agrees with me. The fate of the world is still changing. I can see that young master is a genius and can see things clearly. In the future there will be chaos. Pei Ziyun cleared his throat. I can see that you, Taoist priest, understand better. Is Taoist priest trying to stir up the tides, or is he trying to stir up the winds? When the Taoist heard Pei Ziyun's words, he drank his wine and smiled without saying a word. He then stood up. The wine's almost finished. Look, the mother and daughter are here to thank you. When the mother and daughter walked over, the mother raised her head and looked at Pei Ziyun, thanking him profusely. My man came to the prefecture to take the examinations, and failed. He was too ashamed to return home. When my mother and I heard the news, we rushed over and found him in this inn. He's been sick for a long time and I took care of him. I couldn't save him, and only managed to see him one last time. I've spent all the money I had on me, and didn't expect young master to give me 10 taels of silver. As she spoke, she started crying. Pei Ziyun consoled her, and found out that she still had a son at home and a few acres of land. He guessed that the silver would be enough for them to return home. He then said, "No matter what, let's buy a coffin and send it back." The innkeeper then walked up to them and persuaded them to leave. Pei Ziyun was a big customer, and was very generous with his money. The innkeeper boiled a huge bucket of hot water and sent it to Pei Ziyun's room. Pei Ziyun soaked in the bucket, and the innkeeper added more water from time to time. We've troubled the innkeeper. Of course not, I can't be compared to young master's kindness. Pei Ziyun was in a daze as he asked, "Along the way, how are the people?" "It's all right. Firstly, the security is good. A few years ago there was chaos and there was killing everywhere. Bandits were everywhere. Although this inn of mine has been passed down for 5 generations, I couldn't afford to close it down. Now that the world is at peace, we're living a better life. Don't think that the mother and daughter look pitiful. A few years ago they died on the road, and we didn't even have time to bury them," the innkeeper said as his muscles twitched, as if he was thinking about the tragedy. "I'd rather be a dog in times of peace than a man in times of chaos." Pei Ziyun nodded his head as he stood up. The innkeeper then retreated out of the inn. Pei Ziyun lay under his blanket and saw an old book. Seeing that it was a novel, he laid on the bed and started flipping through it. Gradually, he fell asleep. The night grew darker and the wind blew. All of a sudden, a flash of light appeared under the eaves of the room. The light shone through the window, and Pei Ziyun's screams could be heard from inside. It sounded like he was crying out in pain, and soon everything went silent. The room was silent for a long time, as snowflakes continued to fall. After some time, Pei Ziyun's voice could be heard. "Dao leader, why didn't you come in?" Clap clap. The sound of clapping could be heard from outside as a Taoist appeared. "Master top scorer, you're so alert, and managed to avoid the ambush. How could I put myself in danger?" Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun pushed open the window. "I've been discussing matters of the country with this Taoist brother in the day, and yet you're here to kill me at night. I wonder who leaked my information? I hope that Taoist brother will be honest with me." The Taoist had already left with the young boy. When he heard the footsteps, he turned around and smiled. "Master top scorer, you pointed your sword at us. How can I tell you who it was that left a mark on your body? How can we know your whereabouts?" "Dao leader, if you don't wish to speak, you wouldn't have answered me." "That's true. This is an open plot. Look around you, and you will find the person who planted the Dao amulet." As he spoke, the Taoist turned around to leave. "Yes, Song Ji and I are enemies. Why would an outsider benefit from this? This is an open plot. It's a pity that I have no choice but to accept it. How can I allow the person who framed me to go unpunished?" Pei Ziyun thought to himself. All of a sudden, a light bulb went off in his head. The young Taoist was the daughter of the leader who tried to assassinate him. He had seen her before at the relay station. It was just that she looked familiar. Could it be that the original owner knew her? He then shouted, "Dao leader, please take care. Can you tell me the name of the young girl you've brought with you?" "Gai Gua," the Taoist replied. He then took a big step forward and disappeared into the snowy night. Chapter 93. It's her. Pei Ziyun's body trembled. He had a deep impression of her. This girl is one of the 3 Yes and 2 Guas. How did she end up in the hands of Holy Jail sect? History has been completely changed. Pei Ziyun returned to his room and sat up straight. The muscles under his eyes twitched as he sighed. He had changed everything. All he had done was to kill a martial artist who had ambushed him. Who would have thought that he would end up attracting a powerful enemy? Gai Gua had killed her father, and now she would bear a grudge against him. When she grows up, sigh, as he thought about this, Pei Ziyun thought to himself, Holy Jail sect has Gai Gua. This Taoist is really powerful. He knew that I had found the mark and used it to lure the enemy. Now that the ambush has failed, it means that he has succeeded. Song Ji and I have a direct conflict of interest. Only he would be able to do something like this. Song Ji, you dared to collude with Holy Jail sect to harm me. Is it because you saw that I was about to succeed? That's just like you. Pei Ziyun paused for half a day before thinking to himself, but this 3 Yes and 2 Guas in my previous life were said to have great foresight. But the original owner had never heard of such foresight. He walked to the window and looked out. He then thought to himself, this Taoist is indeed a schemer. He drank wine to test me, and now he's still plotting against me. There's no such person in the original owner's memories. Could it be that this is because I killed Zhang Jieyu? Such a shrewd person, how many waves would he stir up? Not to mention, with this person helping Ji Bei-ho, the history of Ying Prefecture would change. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. His heart was filled with regret. He had underestimated the heroes of the world, and did not speak for a long time. He then thought to himself, no matter what, the most important thing for me now is to be conferred the title of Free Cloud Sect's core disciple. I am not someone who relies on prophecies. Even if there are changes, can't I deal with them? After pondering for a long time, he opened his eyes and saw that the window paper was brightly lit. Turned out it was the snow reflecting on the window paper, but it also meant that it was early in the morning. He got up and pushed the door open. All he saw was a vast expanse of white snow. Pei Ziyun walked out of the shop and paid the fee. About a kilometer away from the shop was the pier. He looked over and saw a few boats. Some of them were carrying cloth and other goods. They had hired porters and porters to transport the goods inland. They are all going home to prepare for the new year. After this, there will be no one left. After asking around, someone said that there was a boat at the dock that was recruiting customers, and there was even a lantern on the bow of the boat. Pei Ziyun scrutinized the passengers and saw that they were all commoners. Only then did he relax. He inquired about the ship's itinerary and was even more satisfied. Although the ship wasn't very spacious, it wasn't small either. He inquired about the price and decided to board the ship. After some time, it started snowing again. Pei Ziyun returned to his cabin and read some books before falling asleep. Nothing happened on the journey. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had passed. Just as dusk fell, the boat stopped at a certain place. A boatman shouted out, "We've arrived at Ping and Prefecture. Everyone can disembark to rest and have some fun. Be sure to return at midnight, do not miss the hour." Pei Ziyun listened to the boatman's voice and thought to himself that he had been staying on the boat for the past few days. It was time for him to disembark for a walk. He retrieved his sword and hung it by his side as he followed the crowd down the boat. The cold wind blew across his robes. As he walked, he saw a long road paved with green stones. There were countless tea-houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops. On both sides of the road there were shops, taverns, and inns. All of them had red couplets plastered on their doors. It was bustling with activity. There were many children running around on the road. Pei Ziyun strolled casually and before he knew it, he had already crossed 3 streets. Is this a night market? The dynasty did not discriminate against merchants. Hence, when night fell, there would be no wind or rain. Not only did they sell fruits, desserts, eggs and sesame seed cakes, they also sold paintings, jade wares, old books, silk, jewelry, real and fake antique. In reality, it was rare for Pei Ziyun to have such a leisurely time. Looking at the crowd in the night market, he was filled with excitement. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the northeast corner. There were many lanterns hanging there. An ox cart came over and stopped. A lady alighted from it. Pei Ziyun could not help but look at her. Although the dynasty was more liberal, it was rare for a lady to travel alone at night. He followed her and saw the words Southern Plum Opera. At the ticket booth, the ticket seller stuck his head out. Tickets for the back row are 10 copper coins, the front row is 50 copper coins, and the second floor is 200 copper coins. Young master, do you want these? 1 ticket for the front row. Pei Ziyun laughed. He had actually come across an ancient opera house. He casually bought a ticket and entered. The opera house was huge and had 2 floors. The first floor was the main hall, and the second floor was a private room. He sat down and a waiter brought out a pot of tea and a plate of melon seed. After some time, the performance began. Pei Ziyun watched as the curtains opened up, and a group of ladies walked out in a half-circle, singing the lyrics. Luckily, it's not a man playing the female role. However, when they started singing, Pei Ziyun was stumped. He did not understand the lyrics, but it would be troublesome for him to back out. He laughed and treated it as a casual chat. In a private room on the second floor, the lights were dim. A lady was watching the performance, but her eyes were empty. After a long time, her gaze landed on a young man sitting there. He looks very handsome. He must be a young master from some family. It's a pity that I've lost the right to do so. The lady laughed. She wasn't really attracted to him, but just felt a little emotional. After an hour, the performance was over. Pei Zi-yun couldn't wait to leave. He regretted not being able to enjoy such a performance in his previous life. He inhaled a breath of cold air and watched the performance. It was getting late and people were starting to disperse. This was ancient times after all, and the night market was limited. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock, and the place was almost empty. At this point, a fragrant aroma filled the air. San Xian wonton, crab meat soup dumplings. He heard the sound of people selling their wares. All the shops were closed, and the night snack vendors were still selling their wares. Pei Zi-yun then said, "Give me a bowl of San Xian wonton." After he finished eating, it was late at night, and there were almost no people around. Pei Zi-yun then walked towards the boat. He had no choice. The boat would depart the next morning, and he would not be able to make it in time to stay in an inn. After walking a few steps, a night watchman appeared from the corner of the street. He was wearing a bamboo hat, and was holding onto a wooden clapper. Pei Zi-yun didn't mind walking past him. As he neared, he was shocked. At the same time, a cold light flashed, and the night watchman stabbed him. Could it be that Ji Bei Ho and Holy Jail sect have chased me all the way to Yuzhou? That's 1,000 miles away. Pei Zi-yun dodged to the side. He had been under attack for a long time, and his reflexes were extremely fast. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. His sword flashed, and in an instant, it pierced through the night watchman's throat. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Seems like it was a little too easy? After killing this man, Pei Zi-yun had some suspicions. All of a sudden, he heard shouts coming from the alley. He looked around and saw an ox cart. Several guards were protecting it, and a group of masked men surrounded the ox cart. So they were involved in something else. That man just now was probably trying to clear the area. No wonder it was so easy to kill him. Pei Zi-yun looked around and saw several corpses on the ground. He wanted to avoid them. At this point, one of the masked men shouted out, "Quick, kill this witness." As soon as these words were spoken, several men rushed forward and surrounded Pei Zi-yun. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they brandished their swords. They wanted nothing more than to pierce through Pei Zi-yun's heart and back. Idiots! Pei Zi-yun didn't want to cause any trouble. He gave a cold hum, and his killing intent was obvious. After so many attacks, he had accumulated a lot of killing intent. Zheng, the sound of the mistaken sword rang out, as the shadows of the two men split apart. The two men screamed out in pain, as fresh blood spurted out from their chests. In a split second, the commander realized that something wasn't right. When an expert makes a move, it's easy to tell if there's a real expert. He immediately realized that Pei Zi-yun was an expert. However, his instinctive reaction wasn't to stop or question him. Instead, he slashed down with his long blade. Kill! Almost at the same time, his left and right blades pierced out. It's this aura of killing in public and this kind of coordination. The moment Pei Zi-yun laid eyes on him, he could feel the aura emanating from him. Only a soldier who had killed innocent people, or even a special kind of soldier, could have such an aura. Ordinary constables of the government, although they were law enforcers, did not have such an imposing aura. Pei Zi-yun understood these types of people very well. Unless you were their superior, nothing they said would work on them. For the sake of the country, what's the big deal about killing a passerby? He shouted out as his sword glowed with a strange light. Zheng, the sword and the blade clashed, as sparks flew everywhere. No, it's a Dao technique. I am King Lu's black robes. This time, his opponent knew his stuff as he shouted out. However, it was pointless. Pei Zi-yun understood them too well. Or rather, he understood their logic too well. Since he had already made his move, he would not show any mercy. With a flash of his sword, the two of them fell to the ground, fresh blood oozing out of their wounds. The leader's martial arts came into play. His clothes were torn apart, as his internal organs and blood flowed out. He did not die for a few seconds. He pointed at his finger, as if questioning Pei Ziyun's decision to attack him without mercy. Against people like you, it's easier to just kill you, Pei Ziyun said plainly. He then looked around and saw that all the guards were fighting each other. On this side, 6 people had died. It seemed effortless, but dealing with the guards was a piece of cake. 2 rays of saber light flashed and 2 of the guards were chopped to death by the assassin's saber. Puff, puff. 2 blood-curdling screams were heard as blood spurted out and splashed onto the curtain of the carriage. Ah! A scream rang out from within the carriage. A serving maid trembled as she crawled out and said, "If you want to kill, kill me. Don't hurt the clan leader, no, the young Mississippi." The assassin cleared his throat as he thrust his blade forward mercilessly. Just as the serving maid was about to be killed, a loud quang sound was heard as the blade and sword clashed, causing sparks to fly everywhere. It turned out that Pei Ziyun had used his sword to block the attack. When the assassin saw that it was Pei Ziyun, he did not ask for any details. Without even blinking his eyes, he swung his blade once more. Pei Ziyun's sword flashed, as he pounced forward and pierced through the assassin's body. "You deserve to die." The remaining 2 men in black robes screamed out in pain. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled. Since they had failed their mission, they had to return and report this to their superiors. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly, as a white light emanated from his body. His speed increased by several folds. 2 pu sounds could be heard as the right side of one of the men's body was pierced through. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell to the ground. The other man clutched his throat, as blood spurted out from his throat as he fell backwards. The 9 corpses were a ghastly sight. Chapter 94. Ah! When the serving maid saw that all the assassins had been killed, she screamed out in shock. She then heard someone speaking from within the carriage. She then stood up and shouted, "Come back and protect the young miss." The rest of the guards returned to the ox cart and glared at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun did not get angry. This was the logic of a government official. It was only right for them to protect him. However, even if they protected him, they would still be investigated. He did not want to cause any more trouble. He turned around and walked away. The serving maid hurriedly called out, "Young master, slow down. Please stay." Pei Ziyun clasped his hands and said, "Miss, I was just passing by. I did not wish to cause any more trouble. I hope you don't stand on ceremony. I shall take my leave." Pei Ziyun was in a hurry to leave. Not only was the assailant not simple, but the black-robed guards of King Lu? The woman in the ox cart was not simple. After killing these people, she might have already been dragged into the big whirlpool. If she was dragged into it, it would be a huge problem. Moreover, he had a mission to complete. If he delayed it, when would he be able to report to the capital? Ho Mansion, Holy Jail Sect and Songji were not easy to deal with. The earlier he got there, the earlier he could complete his mission. The more important thing was to become a direct disciple. The serving maid looked around and thought to herself that these guards were not up to standard. They were not skilled in this area. She then rushed forward. "Young master, since you've helped, please continue to protect her." "Little Z, why are you begging this man? We don't know where he came from. How can he get close to the young miss?" The leader of the guards stepped forward and said, it was his fault for not being able to protect the young miss. At this point, he did not want any outsiders to enter. The serving maid pouted and said coldly, "You should protect the young miss. But you can't protect her. What are you talking about?" "Young master, if you're willing to protect the young miss, we will repay you in the future." The serving maid then continued, "Young master, you're not wearing a mask. Many people have seen your face. There's already trouble. But as long as you escort our young miss to her residence, we'll help you deal with any trouble." Pei Ziyun hesitated. After thinking about it, he changed his attitude. Since Miss says so, I shall protect her. The serving maid smiled. Many thanks, young master. She then hopped onto the carriage happily and drove off. The leader of the guards had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at Pei Ziyun with caution. There were no more ambushes along the way, and they soon arrived at a mansion. The mansion was huge. When they reached the entrance, Pei Ziyun clasped his hands. Miss, I've escorted you here. Farewell. The captain of the guards stepped out and blocked his way. You can't leave. You appeared out of nowhere, and I suspect that you're one of the assassins, and you're here to get close to the young miss. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to speak, a serving maid stepped out from within the carriage and said, Young mistress has ordered that if this young master wishes to leave, none of you are to stop him. All of you are to leave. Following the servant girl's words, the guard captain's face alternated between red and white. His expression was somewhat ferocious as he gritted his teeth and replied, Yes. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. This was the reason why he didn't want to interact with these semi-official officials without any status. He then turned around and walked away. Seeing that the young man had left, a maidservant helped a lady down from the carriage. The guards all turned their heads away, not daring to look at the lady. The lady stood on the carriage, looking at the silhouette. The door opened, and a man with a white face and no beard walked out. He walked up to the lady and said, Madam, the Crown Prince has ordered me to wait for you for a long time. Since you've finished visiting your relatives, you should return to the palace as soon as possible. Following the eunuch's words, a group of soldiers walked out from within the mansion, guarding her left and right. At that point, the sound of armor clanging against each other could be heard, and the entire atmosphere was filled with killing intent. I shall enter now. The lady retracted her gaze as she spoke. The eunuch then cleared his throat. I know what's going on. The Crown Prince doesn't have many children, and someone is trying to cause trouble here. You must not let the madam be frightened. She's pregnant with the dragon's seed. Yes. Several people replied. After some time, someone asked, What about this young man? Since the madam has given her orders, there's no need to touch him. However, we have to investigate this matter. Once we've verified his identity, report it to me. Only then will I be able to answer to the Crown Prince. Yes. When Pei Ziyun returned to the pier, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Just who was in this mansion? Even I felt a sense of fear. I don't care anymore. I can't afford to cause any more trouble. I'm not even going to take the same boat that I came from. This Peace Prefecture is just a city and is connected to the capital city. I'm sure there's a boat that goes directly to the capital city, although it's almost the new year. With this thought in mind, he looked for suitable boats and asked around. Although it was late, it wasn't too late. After asking around for a few boats, he found that some of them were carrying goods, while others were waiting for the new year. Some of them were taking the wrong route. Finally, he found a boat whose surname was Chun. He was very young, and his boat wasn't very big. However, it was rather exquisite. He said, If young master wishes to go to the capital city immediately, you can only spend the new year on the waterway. Who wishes to spend the new year on the boat? Young master, I'm afraid you won't be able to find anyone. However, my wife and I are young, and wish to earn more money. We've been waiting for a high scholar to come to the capital city. Now, we already have a boat. However, if young master is willing to pay us 10 taels of silver, we will accept this job and set off immediately. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. That's good. Other than replenishing our supplies, we don't have to stop along the way, and we can't pick up any guests. What do you think of this? Since it was the new year, there wouldn't be many guests. When they arrived at the capital city, they would be able to pick up more people. Boss Chin then said, If young master is willing to pay this price, I will not stop halfway. All right, it's settled then. Pei laughed and tossed a piece of silver over. Give me half of it first and the other half when we get there. It was said that most official silver was 5 taels, divided into silver ingots, silver cakes, and silver bars. It was also divided into 3 forms, 5 forms, 6 forms, 7 forms, 8 forms, 9 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 forms. Pei had the scholarly honors and the plum blossom. If he really wanted to earn money, it would be easy. Hence, he wasn't in a rush. Speaking of which, he had spent less than 100 taels of silver up till now. Since he didn't want to do business, he usually took out the highest quality silver from the bank. When the captain saw this, he smiled. You already have supplies on this ship, right? Pei boarded the boat and saw that it was raining heavily. He returned to the cabin and listened to the sound of the snow hitting the roof of the boat. Yes. Seeing Pei enter, a green-robed scholar stood up. This humble subject is Yu Mao. I'm heading to the capital city for the imperial examinations. May I know who this friend is? Pei returned the greeting. This humble subject is the top scorer of Ing Prefecture, Pei Ziyun. This person naturally didn't know that Pei Ziyun had already entered a Taoist sect. Although he had expected this, he was still shocked to see such a young top scorer. He hurriedly cupped his hands. So it's the top scorer of Ing Prefecture. Pei paused for a moment before he understood. In ancient times, news traveled slowly. Although I'm famous in Ing Prefecture, I'm 1,000 miles away from here. Even high scholars might not know of me. That's why in ancient times, it took 10 or 20 years for everyone to know of me. Pei didn't say much. The next morning, the boat set sail towards the capital city. After a few days, they arrived at Yen City. The cabin was simple and crude, with only a bed and a blanket. Other than reading books and admiring the scenery, Pei could only interact with Yu Mao. However, Yu Mao was already over 30 years old, and was already jealous of Pei Ziyun's age. When they finally started to interact, he was even more shocked by Pei Ziyun's knowledge. The only thing worth mentioning was that they spent the new year on the boat. Pei Ziyun rewarded the captain with 3 taels of silver. The captain then prepared a feast for everyone to celebrate the new year. This wasn't considered rare. The imperial examinations were conducted by the Board of Rites, and were also known as the ceremonial examinations. The high scholars were held in the capital city, and the examinations were held in the 2nd month of spring. Hence, it was called the spring examinations. In other words, if one wanted to attend the examinations, they had to be in the capital city. If they were not a high scholar, they would have to spend the new year on the road. Some of them had to travel a long distance, and had to leave half a year earlier. After another 10 days, they finally arrived at the capital city. The North Sun Pier was the terminus of the canal. During the war of the previous dynasty, the canal had not been maintained, and some parts of it were silted up. During the rainy season, the boats could still dock, but during the dry season, they had to stop 100 miles away and rely on manual labor to transport them. When the dynasty was established, the first thing they did was to clean up the canal. The silt in the canal was removed, and the water was several feet deep. Boats could reach the canal directly. As they neared the shore, they could see the prosperity of the city. Rows upon rows of shops were lined up on the shore, and the buildings were tall. Even though the new year had just passed, the canal was already filled with goods. When the boats reached the shore, they stopped at the pier, and the captain of the boat settled the fare with the passengers. Pei Ziyun saw that there were people alighting from the boats, and there was a huge crowd. He tossed down 5 taels of silver and walked down the pier. From afar, he could see the thick city walls. He followed the flow of people and passed through the thick city walls. When he looked up, he saw a wide road that could fit 8 horse carriages side by side. Both sides of the road were lined with buildings of varying heights. All of them had the same red walls and gray tiles, and were decorated with bells and bells. It was majestic, yet calm, yet prosperous, yet dignified. Pei Ziyun walked along the road, and entered the main street. He could see all sorts of banners and flags fluttering in the wind. There were countless tea-houses, taverns, pawn-shops, and workshop. There were even a few young peddlers who were carrying a bunch of small trinkets, and were walking around the crowd. They were shouting out their wares, and if one listened closely, they were all selling their wares. He looked around. Although he had seen many cities in his previous life, this ancient metropolis still caught Pei Ziyun's attention. The capital city was bustling, but he was not here to play. He had things to do. He touched the documents in his robes and looked around. He saw a peddler selling candied fruit. Pei Ziyun walked up to him and took the candied fruit. He threw a copper coin over and asked, "Shopkeeper, can you tell me more about the capital city? I'm here to ask for directions." Originally, Pei Ziyun did not need to care about these things, as Liao Gu would take care of them. But now, he had to figure it out himself. The peddler gave a sly smile. "Young master is a high scholar? Then you've found the right person. Give me 500 coins and I will lead the way. This will save you some time." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun paused. Although he knew that he could bargain with the 500 coins, he did not want to waste his time. He then said, "All right, you lead the way." Chapter 95. G Mansion. There was a signboard hanging high above, and a large red door. However, it wasn't as big as he had imagined it to be. Pei Ziyun asked, "This is G Mansion? The Assistant Minister of Revenue's G Mansion?" The candied hawker laughed. "High scholar, you're a foreigner and don't understand the rules of the capital." "What do you mean?" Pei Ziyun asked curiously. For officials in the capital, other than the officials who have their own residences, and the Prime Minister, the rest of the officials have to rent their own residences. Why do you rent? Unless you're an old man, you won't be an official for long, right? Not only will you not be an official for long, but you will also be promoted. Every time you get promoted, you have to move. I know this official G. He used to live in Chun Shu Alley and rented 4 rooms. He then moved to Fruit Alley before moving to Mian Alley. Now he's moved here. There are 28 rooms and a garden. When one becomes an official, the population increases, and the grandeur increases. How can they not move? That's why it's not worth it to buy a house. If you don't move, you will never be promoted. Pei Ziyun listened with great interest and praised. That's a good idea. Here you go. Wait for me to come out and lead the way. I'll reward you handsomely. As he said this, he tossed a piece of silver to the hawker. This candied hawker had sharp eyes. It was obvious that this was silver that had been cut open. The color was white, and he knew that it was a high-grade official silver. He hurriedly smiled. "All right, young master, please enter." Pei Ziyun walked up and knocked on the door. A servant opened the door and handed him the letter. Before he left, the governor had informed him that Assistant Minister G was his cousin. Although they had more than one cousin, both of them were of similar age. They had played together when they were young and had a good relationship. Ji Ben Han's status could be of help in this matter. However, Liao Gu was supposed to be in charge of these matters. Now that Liao Gu had been killed, he had to look for him himself. After some time, the servant came out of the room and led Pei Ziyun through the corridors and into a courtyard. He then stopped and bowed. "Master is waiting for you in the courtyard." Pei Ziyun was speechless. This Ji mansion looked ordinary on the outside, but the inside was not bad at all. He crossed the moon door and entered the courtyard. He saw a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a slight beard sitting beside a stone table. He was dressed in an embroidered robe and was looking at a wild flower by the wall, sipping tea. Without a doubt, this was Ji Benhan. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and bowed. "High Scholar Pei Ziyun greets Your Excellency Ji." This person had decorated his house in a very rustic manner. There was a pergola in the middle of the yard, and the vines on the pergola were half green and half yellow, drooping and drooping. The stone table was carved with complicated patterns. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Ji Benhan retracted his gaze from the red flower. The cup in his hand was still raised, as if he had just noticed that someone had entered the yard. Assistant Minister Li put down his teacup slowly and looked at Pei Ziyun warmly. "Oh, you're the one with my brother's letter, right? Since you're recommended by my elder brother, you're one of us. There's no need to be so polite." Pei Ziyun then said, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." He then retrieved something from his sleeves and handed it over with both hands. "This is the official document, please take a look." Assistant Minister Li casually extended his hands and looked at it before saying, "So it's about Free Cloud Sect. This isn't a big matter, but it's not a small matter either. My elder brother recommended you here because he has taken a liking to you and… why are you alone? Where's the official? Assistant Minister Li flipped through the document and asked. Of course there was an official involved in the exchange of official document. Although a high scholar was half one of them, it was still against the rules. Furthermore, it was written clearly that he was on official business. Pei Ziyun's expression turned gloomy as he revealed a bitter smile. "Your Excellency, to tell you the truth, the four of us met with a bunch of crazy people who dared to attack an official of the imperial court. Our official, Liao Gu, and 2 of his soldiers were killed. Only this student managed to escape. I'm sure that within the next few days, there will be an official reporting on this matter." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he sighed to himself. He didn't wish for this secret to be leaked, and for this trip to the capital city to become a massacre. Assistant Minister Li's face revealed a look of astonishment as he placed his cup down. "There's such a thing?" Pei Ziyun sighed once more. "It's absolutely true." Assistant Minister Li's face fell as he slammed the table angrily. "These scoundrels, how dare they attack an official?" Pei Ziyun. Ji Ben-han repeated the name several times before remembering something. "Are you the Pei Ziyun who wrote Bringing in the Wine, top scorer Pei?" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he clasped his hands. "That's me." Hearing this, Assistant Minister Li's expression changed as he smiled. "So you're Pei Ziyun. When I first saw you, I felt that you were extraordinarily handsome. Indeed, seeing you in person is not as good as hearing about you." Assistant Minister Li looked at Pei Ziyun and was full of admiration. Pei Ziyun was originally skinny and weak, but now he was handsome and had a dignified demeanor. He was indeed not an ordinary person. Assistant Minister Li was extremely enthusiastic, and Pei Ziyun clasped his hands in respect. "Your Excellency is praising me. This student doesn't deserve it." Assistant Minister Li raised his hands and patted the document on the table. "Since you've reached me first, why don't I send this document to the Ministry of Rights on your behalf? It will definitely be faster than you sending it up. What do you think?" Pei Ziyun's face revealed a look of joy. "This is Your Excellency's praise. Many thanks to Your Excellency." Ji Ben-han then said, "I've looked through this document, and there's no problem with it. However, you must understand that even with the governor's recommendation, whether or not you can be conferred the title of true sovereign is still up to the emperor. As for this, seeing the expression on Assistant Minister Li's face, Pei Ziyun paused and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Excellency, please enlighten me." Assistant Minister Li smiled as he picked up a cup and took a sip. The Grand Princess and the Emperor share the same mother. Since he only has one younger sister, and she's the youngest, the Emperor has always doted on her. Hence, she was conferred the title of Grand Princess. It's just that the Grand Princess is of high status, and it's not easy to get her to agree. Assistant Minister Li emphasized the word high. How could Pei Ziyun not understand this? He stepped forward and bowed. "Many thanks, Your Excellency. This student has learned a lot. I hope that Your Excellency will recommend me to the Emperor in the future." Assistant Minister Li smiled. "Of course." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun retreated out of the room. Once he was out of the room, the candied hawker led the way to an inn. Along the way, there were many people walking to and fro. Some of them were carrying goods, some were pulling ox carts, and some were riding donkeys. Some of them were walking slowly, while others were walking in a hurry. When they arrived at a certain door, they would call out to a servant to retrieve the goods. Very quickly, they found an inn on the street. The candied hawker said, "This is an old inn of the Shen family. It's always clean and comfortable." The price was a little expensive, but Pei Ziyun didn't mind. He entered the room and asked the hawker some questions before he understood. It wasn't easy to be an official in the capital. Officials could not live like the commoners, and had to have a certain level of grandeur. Hence, the rent was very expensive. It started at 20 taels of silver a year, and some even cost 80 taels of silver. This was almost half of an official's salary. If one were to say that he was corrupt, he would have power in his hand. For 3 years, the magistrate of the Qing dynasty had 100,000 taels of silver. Most officials did not have such power, and thus had to be filial. According to the hawker, there were officials of the 5th rank who, in order to maintain their image, had to buy 7 boxes of official robes. However, the crown jewels they wore were all fake. After receiving the money and tipping the hawker, he dismissed the hawker. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. It seemed like the next step would be for the assistant minister and the Grand Princess to buy gift. This was strange. At first, he couldn't do it with money, because it was a matter of qualifications. No matter how much money he had, it wouldn't work. But now that he had passed the threshold, it was a matter of money. How could he obtain a large sum of money? He took out the 900 taels of silver notes he had with him, and fell silent. Pei Ziyun had never felt that money was insufficient. He did not gamble, nor did he seek prostitute. These 900 taels of silver would allow him to live a luxurious life for a few years. But now, he had to obtain a large sum of money. Business? No, he only had a few hundred taels of silver. It was impossible for him to earn thousands or even tens of thousands of taels of silver. Even if he did, in a short period of time, he would be targeted. Pei Ziyun sighed and did not know what to do next. Was he going to be a gentleman? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he hesitated. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. "Is young master in? The dishes you ordered are all here." Pei Ziyun listened to the waiter and walked out. The waiter then placed the dishes on the table. There was even a plate of golden pastry on the table. He then asked, "I don't remember ordering this dish." The waiter smiled and said, "Young master, it's just the new year. Our innkeeper has ordered the kitchen to make this golden pastry and give it to every guest in the inn. He wishes every guest in the inn a prosperous year." Hearing the waiter mention gold, Pei Ziyun felt as though he had been electrocuted. In the memories of the original owner there were many treasures. Later on, many of them were obtained by others and were passed down. Pei Ziyun then had an idea and smiled. Not bad, not bad. This tale of silver is for you. Count it as a blessing. In the future, you should work harder. Pei Ziyun then threw out a tael of silver. When the waiter saw the tael of silver, he smiled happily and said, "Thank you, young master, for your reward. Young master will definitely become a grand scholar this year. You will be rich and prosperous. You will be promoted step by step. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I know you better than the candied hawthorn seller." Hearing the waiter's words, Pei Ziyun was elated. "You may leave. This matter ends here." The waiter then left. Pei Ziyun carefully searched through his memories. Apart from the golden pearls, there were many other places in the original owner's memories where he could obtain money. However, this society was not one where money mattered. Only with status could one obtain money. Without status, money would not only not be able to become a god, it could also lead to death. Based on Pei Ziyun's status, he owned 1,000 mu of land. 10,000 taels of silver was the most he could get. Any more and he would not be able to suppress his misfortune. Because of this, Pei Ziyun had never thought about money. As he searched through his memories, he was filled with regret. Perhaps it's too far away. Traveling 1,000 li would not make it in time. Perhaps it's near, but it's very troublesome. The largest amount of gold is from the previous dynasty. It's said that there were 500,000 taels of gold. All of it was cast into gold bars. However, we have to take a boat out to sea to retrieve it. It's too late now, and it would attract a lot of attention. That's right. The original owner vaguely remembers that someone came to the capital city to take the imperial examinations. He rented a house and discovered a hidden gold deposit. There were tens of thousands of taels of silver. News of this was leaked, and the owner of the house fought a lawsuit. Even if it was a high scholar, he had to hand over half of it to the yamen. He only got 20% of it, and it was then spread around. Pei Ziyun then had an idea. I have to have a new year. Money will flow in, and I will be promoted. Chapter 96. Pei Ziyun paced around, trying to find the house. In his previous life, he did not have many memories of this house. He only remembered that before the examinations, a high scholar with the surname Xing had arrived in the capital city. Because he arrived late, all the cheap rooms had been rented out. He had no choice but to spend some money to rent an entire house. The rites examinations were held in the 2nd month, and the court examinations were held in the 4th month. Hence, they were called the spring examinations. Now that the new year had passed, it was already the 1st month. To be able to hide such a large amount of gold, the person must be extremely rich or powerful. Just this alone is not enough. He must have a weak background, and his inheritance was cut short. Hence, the gold was not found in time. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun came up with his criteria. Having made up his mind, Pei Ziyun left the house. The broker house was divided into private and official teeth. Pei Ziyun pondered for a while before deciding to go to the officials. Actually, he had his own considerations. Private teeth were cheap, but this was the capital city, and he had just arrived. Looking for private teeth was risky. As he walked out of the house, he called out to the worker who had just received a silver tip and led the way. The broker house was located on the west side of the city. When he found the broker house, there were many people walking in and out. Pei Ziyun looked up at the signboard and entered the house. As soon as he entered the house, an old woman broker placed down the seeds in her hands and welcomed him. "Is this young master coming to the capital city for the examinations? I can see that you have a dignified appearance and extraordinary looks. You will definitely be able to pass the examinations. This house of mine is not bad. Young master can take a look and rent it. It would be better if you bought it." Hearing her words, Pei Ziyun didn't bother to explain. "I don't want a small house. I want a bigger house. My ancestors must have been rich and powerful. I just want to be lucky enough to rent it for a few months and take the imperial examinations. Pei Ziyun didn't bother to explain. I don't want a small house. When the old woman broker heard this, her eyes lit up. She had no doubts about Pei Ziyun's request. Not to mention high scholars, even officials believed in feng shui. It was just that most high scholars did not have that much money. A large house with many people willing to rent it would earn a high commission. Renters of smaller houses were often in dire need of money. Hence, their income would not be high. When the old woman broker heard that Pei Ziyun wanted to look at a large house, her eyes lit up and smiled. Young master, come. Please have some tea. We shall discuss this in detail. The granny broker ordered a servant girl to serve them tea in the main hall. The granny broker wasn't idle either. She flipped open the booklet in her hands and pointed. Young master, take a look at this house. It's not bad. There are 4 rooms, and it's spacious. It's the house of an old man from the capital. Now that he's been promoted to another official, the house is empty. Tell me more about the history of this house. Pei Ziyun smiled. At this point, a serving maid served tea to Pei Ziyun. The granny broker took a sip of the tea and said, This family has passed the imperial examinations. Young master, where can you find such a rich and powerful family? This family is a scholarly family, and has a good reputation. Young master, why don't you make do with them? When Pei Ziyun heard this, he frowned. He wasn't here to stay, but to search for treasures. This didn't match his memories. He then said, There's no need for that. You just have to look for them for me. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the granny broker's face turned ugly. She then flipped the book and looked at a particular house and said, This house is very good. There are 18 rooms, and it's spacious and spacious. Renting it for a month costs 5 taels of silver, but renting it for a year costs only 35 taels of silver. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun asked, Who's the owner of this house? The granny broker then said, It's a man with the surname Zhang. He's down and out. Pei Ziyun then asked, What about the previous owner of this house? The granny broker was a little secretive. There were some things that she wouldn't say until she got to the bottom of it. Let me think, it's the Shao family. He was once an assistant minister. During the previous dynasty, the Shao family was robbed. In a single night, they were executed. The Zhang family then took over the house. Tell me more about the other houses. He had to ask more to narrow down the list. Young master, this house is not bad. The granny broker pointed at a house. The house was described in the book, and it looked luxurious. Before Pei Ziyun could ask, the granny broker knew Pei Ziyun's habits and said, Young master, this house belonged to an imperial censor. It's not bad. He was promoted recently, and was preparing to sell this house. It's not a bad idea for young master to buy it. The granny broker said. There was a high turnover of officials in the capital. There were many officials who were promoted and sent out, or had to return to their homes when their parents passed away. Hence, there were many houses that needed to be sold. Pei Ziyun asked more questions. Before long, he had finished asking about all the houses. Pei Ziyun was most interested in the house where the assistant minister was killed. This was the most likely house, but he was still hesitant. The granny broker then said, Young master, you can't be hesitant like this. I'm very busy, I can't waste all my time here. Although she was smiling, her tone was slightly displeased. Hearing her words, Pei Ziyun then reacted and threw a tael of silver over. This is for you. Bring me to the house. The granny broker caught the silver and her eyes lit up. She smiled warmly. Thank you, young master, for your reward. Young master, I shall call for a horse carriage to bring you to the house. This tael of silver was equivalent to the income from selling the house. It could be said that she had made a profit today. Pei Ziyun was so generous, who knew if there would be more to come. As they walked out, they saw a horse carriage waiting at the entrance. Many places used ox carts, but there were many horse carriages in the capital. Pei Zi-yun and the granny broker boarded the horse carriage. The granny broker kept mumbling about the benefits of the house, but Pei Zi-yun ignored her. The horse carriage stopped. The granny broker looked around and said, "Young master, we've arrived. Please come down and take a look at the house." Pei Zi-yun alighted from the horse carriage and walked to the door with the granny broker. Two high scholars were standing at the door as well. When they saw Pei Zi-yun and the granny broker, they walked up to them. "I saw the notice. It says that this house is for rent. How much does it cost?" When the granny broker heard this, her face turned ugly. The owner of the house had not only entrusted the house to the broker, he had even put up a notice to rent it out. She was about to enter the house to question the owner. Pei Zi-yun looked at the high scholar in front of him and paused. He then bowed and asked, "I am a high scholar from Ing Prefecture. Are you here to rent a house as well? May I know your surname?" The high scholar paused before replying, "My surname is Xing." Pei Zi-yun's eyes lit up. He was certain that this house was where the silver was kept. He then turned around and asked the granny broker, "I think this house looks pretty good. How much do I need to pay for it?" The granny broker, who was looking for trouble with the owner of the house, paused when she heard Pei Zi-yun's words. She then laughed. "Young master wants to buy it? Of course. I was thinking that, if I were to become a grand scholar and become an official, I would like to live in the capital city for a period of time. If I don't, I won't go back. I will continue my studies in the capital city and wait for the next examination. Since that's the case, why bother renting it? It would be a waste of money. Why not just buy it?" Pei Zi-yun said. His reasoning was flawless. The granny broker was elated as she clapped her hands. "Young master is a smart man. Don't worry, this house would be willing to sell it. 500 taels of silver would be the highest price." The two of them entered the house. High Scholar Xing was a little unwilling. "This house is quiet and spacious. It wouldn't be a loss to rent it and study here." The high scholar beside him laughed and said, "Brother Xing, it's just a courtyard. Let's look elsewhere." I saw that the young master wanted to buy this courtyard. He must be from a wealthy family. Before we came here, our benefactor had instructed us to not offend anyone in this city. Hearing these words, High Scholar Xing knew that it made sense. He didn't know why he was reluctant to part with the house, but he refused to leave. He then said, "Let's go take a look." He then pulled the High Scholar Xing along as they entered the house. Pei Zi-yun entered the house. The house was spacious and bright. There were some flowers and plants planted in the flower bed. They were luxuriant, but they weren't trimmed and looked messy. The granny broker was familiar with the house. She walked straight to the house in the middle of the yard and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A man's voice rang out as the door opened. He had an impatient look on his face. When he opened the door and saw the granny broker, his face lit up. "So it's Granny Wang. Someone is here to look at the house. Please come in." This middle-aged man looked rather poor, and his complexion wasn't very good. He reeked of alcohol and perfume. One look and anyone could tell that he had gone to a life of debauchery. "This young master has taken a liking to your house. Name a price." Granny Wang said directly. Granny Wang, didn't I tell you the price? I'll rent this house for at least 5 taels of silver a month. That's 35 taels a year. I'm a fair deal." The man rubbed his hands together as if he was cold. Granny Wang's face fell. "Zhang Qing, who said I'm renting it? I'm buying it. Didn't you say that you were going to sell this house to redeem your little flower? Now is the perfect time. 800 taels of silver. Take it." Zhang Qing laughed. His face had a wretched look on it. Hearing this price, Pei Zi-yun's face turned ugly. This house was worth at most 400 or 500 taels of silver. Asking for 800 taels of silver was a rip-off. When the granny broker heard this, she looked at Pei Zi-yun and said, "Zhang Qing, what's the meaning of this? You want to raise the price?" Let me tell you, with your current appearance, if you think you can sell it, go ahead and look for it yourself. Hearing these words, Zhang Cheng's face fell, as if he was angered. The granny broker continued, besides this house, what are you going to use to redeem your little flower? Name a price. Zhang Cheng looked expectantly at the two high scholars who had followed him in. However, when they heard Zhang Cheng's bid, their faces turned ugly. After a while, they realized that the two high scholars didn't follow suit. They were disheartened. They had originally called out a bid in hopes that some idiot would buy the house. Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth. 500 taels of silver. Granny Wang, you know that I didn't call out a bid. I can't go any lower. Granny Wang returned and said, Young master, this house is worth 500 taels of silver. If you like it, you can buy it. High Scholar Xing stepped forward. Zhang Qing, you can earn 35 taels of silver a year. 10 years, you can earn 350 taels of silver. Why sell it like this? It's better to rent it out safely. High Scholar Xing seemed a little unwilling. Zhang Cheng's face turned ugly. Why don't you buy it too? If you can't afford it, don't talk here. High Scholar Xing's face fell, and was about to step forward when another High Scholar Xing dragged him away. He didn't have 500 taels of silver to buy this house. Furthermore, he didn't have the money to go against the High Scholar Xing. As he was dragged out, he complained, Brother Xing, what's wrong with you today? Why are you harming others without benefiting yourself? The two of them walked out of the room, making it easier for them to bargain. In the end, the deal was settled at 450 taels of silver. The group of them returned to the broker's office, and the transaction was completed. Zhang Qing took the banknotes and walked out. The granny broker had a smile on her face. She had earned 5 taels of silver from this transaction. Granny Wang was extremely satisfied as she smiled at Pei Ziyun. Young master, since you've bought this house, do you want to buy 2 serving maids? Serving maids are not bad. Pei Ziyun replied, Not at the moment. Let me renovate the house first. Granny Wang escorted Pei Ziyun out. When they were far enough, she held the banknotes in her hands and kissed them. This trip has been worth it. Chapter 97. Pei Ziyun kept the keys and documents and went to the blacksmith shop to buy a new lock, a hoe and a hammer. In his previous life, there was a rumor that the gold was hidden under a tree. High Scholar Xing went to dig up the tree and found the gold. This was not kept a secret and was leaked out. The owner of the house found out and filed a lawsuit. In the end, most of the gold was taken away by the yamen. If the ruler does not keep a secret, he will lose his subject, and if the subject does not keep a secret, he will lose himself. Pei Ziyun laughed and returned to his house. The first thing he did was to change the lock. Whether or not the thunder was real doesn't matter. After all, the rumor was that the gold was hidden under the tree. After changing the lock, Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. This house belonged to him now. What if he was digging for gold and someone came in? When everything was done, the sky turned dark. Pei Ziyun was filled with worries as he walked along the cobblestone path. Actually, there was only one tree in the yard, and it looked even darker under the tree. Pei Ziyun picked up the hoe and started digging. He dug around the tree, but found nothing. He frowned. Could it be that he bought the wrong house? He broke out in cold sweat. That's not right. If the rumors in my previous life are correct, High Scholar Xing, the first wife, the big tree in the yard, all of these should match up. Pei Ziyun frowned. There were other trees? He looked around, but there were none in the yard. Suddenly, he realized that the rumor was that the tree was struck by lightning. Only then did he discover the gold. He then continued digging. After digging for a while, he heard the sound of metal clashing. When the soil was turned over, he found a chest buried in the ground. The roots of the tree were around it. Looking at the chest, Pei Ziyun understood. That day, the head of the house was buried under the tree to prevent him from forgetting its location. After the family was killed, no one knew about it. The tree continued to grow until it became so big that even a person would not be able to hug it. He dug the chest out. Pei Zi-yun saw that it was locked. Although it was rusty, the lock was still there. He thought for a while and used a hammer to knock on it. But not only was the lock broken, but even the chest was broken. Pei Zi-yun paused before realizing that the chest had been rotten for a long time. He looked at it and realized that the chest was very simple. It was filled with gold bars, one by one. He took one out and said, 10 taels of gold. He nodded. 300? That would be 3,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 30,000 taels of silver. It's about the same as the hidden wealth of an assistant minister. Pei Zi-yun took out one of the gold bars and moved the chest under his bed. When he got back, he would fill the chest with mud. It would be troublesome to retrieve the gold in broad daylight. If Zhang Qing came back to retrieve the gold, it would be troublesome. If Zhang Qing didn't come back today, Pei Zi-yun would find someone to clear out all his belongings tomorrow. Just as he was thinking, he heard someone shouting at the door, "Open the door! Open the door! Who entered my house and even locked my door? Be careful, or I'll report you to the yamen." Zhang Qing was drunk. He hammered on the door and screamed crazily. Pei Zi-yun broke out in cold sweat. In my previous life, this was how High Scholar Xing was discovered by the landlord, and he ended up in a lawsuit, right? He then filled the chest with mud and went to open the door. Zhang Qing was already drunk. When he saw Pei Zi-yun, he was enraged. "Who are you? Why are you in my house? Be careful, or I'll report you to the yamen." Pei Zi-yun saw that this man was drunk and wanted to barge into the yard. He looked at the crowd and grunted. He then stepped forward and gave the man a tight slap across his face. Only then did he realize that he had already sold the house. Pei Zi-yun then shouted coldly, "Scram!" He was a high scholar, and could not be bothered with human rights. At this point, he had to have a good time. Although Zhang Qing was afraid, he didn't know why he refused to scram. Instead, he puffed up his chest and shouted, "Let me tell you, my things are still here, and I have to retrieve them. Let me sleep for a few nights and I'll leave. It doesn't matter who you report me to. What's wrong with me staying here for a few nights?" He wanted to act shamelessly and sleep in the house. As for the rest of his life, Zhang Qing had his own plans. He went to the brothel and saw that Xiao Hua had already been ransomed. He then came back and did not want to sell the house. Seeing this shameless man, Pei Zi-yun cleared his throat. "This house has already been registered, and you still want to enter my house? According to the laws of the Su dynasty, anyone who enters a house without the owner's permission will be punished with 10 strokes of the rod. Trespassing into an official's house will be punished with 3 times the punishment." Pei Zi-yun glared at the man as he spoke coldly. Zhang Qing was somewhat afraid, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Why should I? This is my house, and my things are still inside. I'll retrieve them and sleep for a few days before leaving. This house is so big, why are you so stingy? Since you won't be able to finish staying here, why not let me stay here for a few days? Scram, if you dare to enter, I'll report you to the officials. I'm a high scholar, and I'm more than enough to feed you. 30 strokes of the rod will make you suffer. You might even die," Pei Zi-yun said coldly as he closed the door. At this point, the gold was still in the yard, and would not allow this man to enter. If he really barged in, Pei Zi-yun would definitely kill him. When Zhang Qing heard Pei Zi-yun's words, he was shocked. 30 strokes of the rod were indeed enough to kill someone. He then turned around and left. The onlookers all laughed out loud. The Zhang family had been living a comfortable life ever since they had taken over Assistant Minister Zhao's house. They did not expect this family to be a scoundrel who indulged in debauchery and gambling. In this generation, they had even sold their house for a prostitute. Everyone around looked down on them. Seeing this man trying to stay in the house and failing, They all laughed out loud. Zhang Qing walked far away before he spat out angrily. He then found a rock and sat down, his eyes darting around as he thought of something. It was late at night and Pei Ziyun bought 10 wooden boxes. He then retrieved the gold bars from under his bed and stored them separately. Each box contained 30 gold bars and 300 taels of silver. The gold bars shone brightly under the light of the lantern. Pei Ziyun looked at the gold bars and was somewhat moved. This was a huge sum of money. Since he had been reborn, he had only obtained some gold from the legends. It was too easy to become rich overnight. After looking at the gold bars, he closed the box. Princess Mansion. The streets were bustling with activity. There were 2 huge stone lions squatting at the entrance. The main door was not open, and there were people coming and going from the side door. Pei Ziyun walked up to the door and was greeted by the gatekeeper. Pei Ziyun handed over the list of gifts. Usually, there would be many strangers coming to the Princess Mansion to pay their respects. This was not a rare sight. However, it was rare to see someone come so early in the morning. When he received the list, he was shocked. Pei Ziyun smiled. "This is a small gift. I have something to ask of you, and I hope you can report it to me." As he said this, he handed over a silver ingot. The gatekeeper looked at it and realized that it was 10 taels of silver. He was shocked. Even for the Princess Mansion, this was considered a huge gift. He then understood that this person must have a huge request, and knew that it would be difficult to agree to it. The gatekeeper was expressionless. "Young master, please return first. I will report the list of gifts to the Grand Princess. Whether it's successful or not, it depends on her mood." Pei Ziyun then said, "Whether it's successful or not, please reply." The gatekeeper replied, "Of course." This rule was very strict. At this point, only the list of gifts had been reported. If the princess had agreed, she would have accepted the gift. The gatekeeper then received the list of gifts and went to report it to the butler. After taking a few steps, the gatekeeper noticed someone walking out from the moon cave. It was the butler. He didn't say anything and bowed respectfully. When the butler walked over, he said, "Please take a look at this list of gifts." The butler looked at it and was stumped. His expression changed as he asked, "What's going on?" The gatekeeper then explained everything in detail to the butler. Only then did the butler's expression soften. He then said, "Go and check up on this Pei Ziyun. There's no time for anything else. Take the princess's card and ask the central office. The new top scorer of Ing Prefecture should have information on this person." The central office was actually the country's intelligence agency. It was a highly confidential matter. Just by taking the princess's card, they could investigate it. This showed the influence and power of the Grand Princess. It was said that the Grand Princess was too lazy to sleep. She only woke up after 10 o'clock. The serving maids kept coming in and out of the room, carrying clothes, milk and rose petals. They helped the Grand Princess tidy up the room. Once she was done, it took 2 hours before she finished her breakfast. However, it was already lunchtime. Soon after, all sorts of dishes were served. Even in the winter, the dishes were still steaming hot. The dishes that were served weren't very nutritious, but were prepared by the imperial physician according to the Grand Princess's physique. The last dish that was served was a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. There were several black wolfberries, some beef shank and black-bone chicken. According to the imperial physician, this soup could strengthen one's marrow and nourish one's skin. The Grand Princess took a sip of the soup. The butler then walked up to her and whispered, "Your Highness, someone delivered a gift this morning. The list of gifts isn't light at all." The butler then handed the list of gifts over to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess placed her spoon down and received the list. When she saw it, her smile froze. It was written that there were 1,000 taels of gold. This wasn't a small sum. In an agricultural society, although the population of the dynasty was huge, the amount of wealth that could be accumulated was very limited. The Grand Princess was an important representative of the imperial clan, and naturally knew that one shouldn't listen to the nonsense of the people below. A prime minister or a duke would have a wealth of over 100,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, this was accumulated over tens of years. The Grand Prince of the dynasty was the grandson of the emperor. His annual salary was 5,000 taels of silver and 5,000 stones of rice. The Grand Princess was bestowed with a piece of land. She could earn 1,500 stones of rice and 2,000 strings of silver. She was the Grand Princess, and thus was given a double salary. She had 2 pieces of land, and could earn 3,000 stones of rice and 4,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels of silver. This was the amount of money that a prime minister could earn. A few days ago, her nephew, Marquis Ing, had wanted to bestow upon his father, who was a distant cousin of the emperor, the title of Prince of the Prefecture. Note that it was a posthumous title, not a dead man. He had only spent 10,000 taels of silver. According to Pei Ziyun's words, 10,000 taels of silver was a sum that only the members of the imperial clan could afford. This 30,000 taels of silver was something that the minister's family had accumulated for tens of years, or even 1 or 2 generations. The Grand Princess paused for some time before smiling. She then placed the list of gifts on the table. Someone who is unaccountably solicitous must be hiding evil intentions. With such a heavy gift, I'm afraid it won't be easy to fulfill the request. The Grand Princess was suspicious. Who could be so heavy-handed? Could it be Jibei Ho from the south? Or could it be the northern general of Han Wu? Or could it be the Duan Du duo who was causing an uproar? The Grand Princess hesitated before asking, "Who is it?" The butler then handed the name card over. The Grand Princess took it and looked at it before laughing. So it's a high scholar. Could it be that he wishes to ask about the examination? I can't do that. The Grand Princess then muttered to herself, besides, 10,000 taels of silver can be donated to a prefectural magistrate. Why ask about it? Have you heard of this Pei Ziyun? The butler was prepared for this and replied, "Your Highness, if I'm not mistaken, this person should be the top scorer Pei from Ing Prefecture. He is from the same prefecture as Jibei Ho. Although I haven't heard of him seeking refuge with Jibei Ho, we have to be careful." Chapter 98. It was obvious that no one believed that Pei Ziyun was representing himself. Buying an official or even asking a question wasn't worth this much. The Grand Princess stretched out a finger and tapped it on the table. She was hesitant. Small matters that were not important could be settled. However, when it came to the politics of the imperial court, even she would not be able to avoid the wrath of the emperor. The emperor's favor was the most important thing to her. If not for the fact that the emperor's grandson was a Canton prince, it would be an exaggeration to say that he was barely making ends meet. However, he was not allowed to interfere in politics. "Mother, when are we going to the Lantern Festival this year? Last year, you promised to bring me along. However, you went to the palace and did not accompany me. This year, you are not allowed to go back on your word." A young girl's voice rang out. Soon after, a 15 or 16-year-old girl walked in and pulled the Grand Princess aside. When the Grand Princess saw her youngest daughter acting like a spoiled child, she laughed. "My good daughter, I'm not thinking for your sake. If you go to the palace more often, you won't be able to enjoy the love of your imperial uncle." I won't. This year, you must accompany me. This year, you must accompany me." When the young girl started acting coquettishly, no one could stop her. The Grand Princess could only agree. All right, I will accompany you." The young girl then walked up and planted a kiss on the Grand Princess' cheek. "Thank you, mother." The Grand Princess stretched out a finger and placed it on her forehead. "You are so mischievous." She then thought for some time before instructing the butler, "Prepare an invitation and send it to Pei Ziyun." Ask him to attend the Lantern Festival and help my daughter. Yes, the butler replied. He knew that this matter had to be clarified in person. Pei Zi-yun left the Grand Princess Mansion and did not return home immediately. Instead, he went to a bank and found a bank. It didn't look big, but the courtyard was huge. When he entered the bank, he said, "I have gold to exchange for banknotes." The shopkeeper stuck his head out and said, "Let me take a look." "This is it." Pei Zi-yun tossed a gold bar over. The shopkeeper received it and looked at it carefully. He then said, "According to the rules, you have to cut it open." "Cut it." After cutting it open, the shopkeeper then said, 97% purity, 10 taels. 98. I know it's 98, but deducting 1 is the rule of the bank. The shopkeeper raised his head and said, "You're a high scholar, right? But that's how it is. I didn't cheat you." "All right, I'll change it to silver notes. It's 98 official silver and 110 taels." After Pei Zi-yun tried his luck in the water, he continued to visit other houses. From noon till afternoon, he finally understood the situation of the bank. By the time he finished his meal, it was already dusk. At the entrance, he saw a servant holding an invitation. When he saw Pei Zi-yun, he walked up to him. "Young master, this is the invitation to the Lantern Festival." This servant was dressed extravagantly and was very respectful and courteous. He had a trace of a scholarly air about him, and he seemed to have come from a scholarly background. He took the invitation, which was quite extravagant. Pei Zi-yun took the invitation and fell into deep thought. Inviting him to the Lantern Festival was to confirm something? The Lantern Festival was held every year on the 15th day of the first month of the year. This was one of the most important festivals of the year. Everywhere in the capital city, there would be lanterns and decorations. The royal family, the government, the commoners would all invest in the construction of lanterns. Apart from the traditional lantern riddles, the merchants would also organize dragon lanterns, lion dances, ghost parades, walking on stilts, and drum performances to bring the festive atmosphere to a climax. It was said that even the emperor himself would bring his concubines to the gates of sky bearing to watch the festivities. These were all memories from his previous life. Since he was going to the Lantern Festival, he had to be prepared. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he left the ox cart and placed the 4 boxes inside. He then lit up some candles and fell into deep thought. Since it was impossible for him to fight, there was a high possibility that it would be a written exam. Just as he was grinding, he heard a noise outside the courtyard. He frowned. Was someone trying to kill him? He picked up his sword and walked towards the door. Outside, there was a suspicious person climbing over the wall. Pei Zi-yun held his breath as he looked over. This person was climbing over the wall furtively. When he saw that there was a lantern inside, his movements became smaller. A thief. This thief was sneaking towards the house. When he got closer, he used his finger to poke at the window, wanting to see what was happening inside. The moment Pei Zi-yun opened the door, he saw the thief enter the house. Under the light of the lantern, his face was revealed. So it was Zhang Qing. Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. "If you don't agree to it in the day, you dare to enter a high scholar's residence at night. Do you know that this is a huge crime? You sold your house for 450 taels of silver. If I were to sue you, you would not be left with a single cent. Do you believe me when I say that?" Hearing Pei Zi-yun's words, Zhang Qing was unconvinced and shouted, "Why? This is my house." This was the first time Pei Zi-yun had come across such a scoundrel. He was secretly afraid. "I'm really lucky. He only came now. If I had gone out and he came earlier, wouldn't I have been discovered? This kind of scoundrel has to be punished severely." As he thought about this, he called for someone to report to the authorities. Before long, a constable arrived. When the constable arrived, Zhang Qing was somewhat fearful. Usually, when something happened, it would be the bailiffs who came. Zhang Qing knew a few bailiffs, and thought that it wasn't a serious matter. He didn't expect the constable to come personally. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and explained the situation to the constable. He then said in disgust, "This kind of scoundrel, you have to teach him a lesson. At the very least, you can't let him disturb me." As he said this, he threw 5 taels of silver at the constable. When the constable heard that this scoundrel had just sold his house for a few hundred taels of silver, and received this amount of silver as a reward, he laughed out, "Don't worry, high scholar, I will definitely teach him a lesson." As he said this, he dragged Zhang Qing away. Zhang Qing then realized that something was wrong, and screamed out in pain. The constable was getting impatient, and raised his foot to hit Zhang Qing. "Ah!" Zhang Qing screamed out in pain as his face swelled up. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. If his guess was right, this Zhang Qing did not have any silver, and had only suffered a little before being released. With these few hundred taels of silver, even if he was kind, he would still lose a layer of skin. If he wasn't kind, he would be beaten to death. The money would then be split amongst the constable and constable. This was the result of having more money than status in this society. If he wasn't greedy, he would be fine. But now, he would be in trouble. When he returned to his room, Pei Ziyun checked the gold. This man had snuck in during the day, and the 2,000 taels of gold would definitely be exposed. It was just that if he were to go to the bank to exchange for silver now, the Grand Princess might find out. It was better to wait and hide the gold. The next few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the Lantern Festival, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside. Zhang Qing was sent to the officials, and everything was quiet. Someone knocked on the door. It was an imperial guard wearing a wolf mask. "Young master, the invitation for tonight has been changed. You have to use this mask." Pei Ziyun was somewhat suspicious. The imperial guard handed him the invitation, and it was exactly the same as before. Pei Ziyun's suspicions were dispelled, and he saw a pig mask being handed to him. This was a pig mask and looked very delicate. It seemed like it had been drawn by a lady. Pei Ziyun laughed as he received the mask and put it on. Outside, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Every household had their lanterns lit up, and many people were wearing masks as they prepared to go out. The Imperial Guard walked in front, and Pei Ziyun followed behind as they squeezed into the crowd. There were many people walking to and fro, and there were many men and women wearing masks. There were many lanterns on the sides of the road, and many students were trying to guess riddles. Several small vendors were selling lanterns, and the atmosphere was very lively. The Wolf Guard continued walking, and soon came across a group of people. It was a lady and a young girl. They were both wearing masks and were wearing the Chang'e mask. The two of them were looking at a beautiful lantern, trying to guess riddles. Pei Ziyun saw that the people around him were all wearing wolf masks. They looked like they were having fun, but were actually protecting him. His heart turned cold. The wolf guard beside him then walked up to the man wearing the wolf mask and said a few words to him. Seeing that his wife had said a few words as well, the guard then walked over. "Young Master Pei, the wife has asked you to come forward." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he immediately understood. This wife was the Grand Princess. He then stepped forward. "This humble subject is Ing Prefecture's top scorer Pei Ziyun. I pay my respects to the Grand Princess." The Chang'e mask was lifelike, as though it had been drawn by an expert. Seeing Pei Ziyun step forward, she spoke through the mask. "This riddle of mine, I can't guess it. Why don't you guess it for me? She really doesn't regard me as an outsider. We've only just met and she's already ordering me around." Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he followed the Grand Princess' finger. On the octagonal lantern, a riddle was written, "Half drunk, half awake." Pei Ziyun looked at the riddle and understood the meaning behind it. Without hesitation, he replied, "Think thrice, measure thrice, and pass 3 tests." An old man walked out and smiled. Congratulations, young master, for guessing correctly. This lantern is yours. As he spoke, he handed the lantern over. The young girl beside the Grand Princess giggled and received the lantern, happily keeping it. The Lady Chang's expression couldn't be seen clearly, but she smiled. Top scorer Pei, you're indeed talented. It's just that you've given me such a valuable gift. What do you want? The Lady Chang used her finger to light up the remaining lantern as she asked. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun finally understood what the Grand Princess was worried about. It must be that he had given her too much gold, and she was worried that his request was too important. Pei Ziyun was inexperienced, and didn't know his limits. When he heard Assistant Minister Ji mention a valuable gift, he gave her 1,000 taels of gold. He was afraid that she would think that he wanted to meddle in politics. After pondering for some time, he smiled. Madam, I don't want much. I don't want to be an official, and I don't want to be an official. I've already entered the Tao, and I want to nominate my sex patriarch to become a true sovereign. The governor has already submitted a memorial to Assistant Minister Ji, and I hope that Madam can help me out. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the Grand Princess laughed. So this was what he wanted. If it were a living person, especially a noble, she wouldn't be able to ask for it. But for a divine being, it was a simple matter, and a troublesome matter at the same time. As long as it was a proper ceremony, and there were officials who had submitted a memorial, she would be able to speak up. This wasn't considered a big deal. The Grand Princess pondered for some time before smiling. I can consider it, but I can't simply agree. I've heard that you're talented. You can use this lantern to compose a poem. If I'm satisfied with it, that's a small matter. Hearing the Grand Princess's words, Pei Ziyun laughed out. At this point, someone was performing a dragon dance. This dragon was red, and shone brightly under the illumination of the lanterns. From afar, there were fireworks everywhere. Not too far away, there was a group of immortals wearing masks performing. Pei Ziyun pointed and said, What's so difficult about this? I can do it in 3 steps. He then took 3 steps forward and recited, The east wind blooms on 1,000 trees. The wind blows and stars fall like rain. The scent of horses and carriages fills the road. The sound of a phoenix flute moves, and the light from a jade pot revolves. A night of dancing fish and dragons. Golden strands of moths and willows. Laughing and talking, the fragrance fades away. Searching for him hundreds and thousands of times. Looking back, he's there, in the dim light of the lantern. Pei Ziyun then pointed at Chang'e and the immortals. As soon as this poem was spoken, the Grand Princess choked on her tears. It was as if she could see her prince consort looking at her. She fell silent for some time before saying, Such a poem in 3 steps. Only now do I know that there's a heavenly being. Take off your mask. You have the right to let me remember you. The Grand Princess paused before speaking. Pei Ziyun hesitated for some time before taking off his mask. In the distance, the lanterns were lit, and the fireworks were in full bloom. Under the illumination of the lanterns, Pei Ziyun looked extremely calm. When the girl beneath the mask saw this, her exposed ears turned red. Chapter 99. Night. The dark clouds in the sky were a little dense, covering the stars. The main gate of the imperial palace was decorated with colorful lanterns, the largest of which was a lantern with 2 dragons playing with pearls, brightly illuminating the whole area. It was a rare occasion to celebrate together with the people. All the lanterns were hung in the corridors of the palace, looking like stars in the sky. The most important thing was that even above the city walls, due to the earth dragons, the air was warm and comfortable. Some of the princes and princesses were trying to guess the riddles, admiring the fireworks in the distance and looking down at the streets. Every 5 steps there was an imperial guard. Today was a joyous occasion. Although these imperial guards were armed with swords, They were all dressed in bright red robes. "The Emperor has arrived!" An old eunuch with a white face and no facial hair shouted out. His sharp voice rang out and the noisy crowd quietened down. The eunuch was dressed in bright red robes and was carrying lanterns as he led the way. Behind him were several young eunuchs who were carrying lanterns. Behind them was the Emperor, a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe and a bright red cloak. Beside him were more than 10 armed imperial guards. When the Emperor appeared, the princes, princesses and princesses who were playing around all quietened down. The imperial concubine then stepped forward. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone present knelt down and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" "Rise." The Emperor allowed everyone to rise. Seeing that it was about time, he ordered, "Let's begin." "Yes, Your Majesty." 3 cannons were fired. The imperial guards were all dressed in armor and rushed out. They were about 300 steps away from the city gate. This was a distance that no crossbow could reach. Even if they were celebrating with the people, they still had to maintain the dignity and safety of the imperial family. The tens of thousands of spectators below quietened down. They could hear the sounds of celebration from above the city gate. Dragon flags were raised high up in the city walls, causing everyone to be dazzled. The imperial guards were dressed in golden helmets and silver armor, looking extremely majestic. The eunuch in the middle escorted Huang Yu to a stop on top of the city walls. The lanterns were bright. Although they were a few hundred steps away, they could see a man sitting on the Huang Yu. He wore a pearl crown and was dressed in a golden robe. He had a gentle smile on his face. Although he was over 50 years old, he still looked healthy. In an instant, the crowd prostrated themselves like a field of wheat, shouting, "Long live our Emperor! Long live! Long live!" When the ceremony was over, the Emperor waved his hands in return. The entire city was bustling with activity as the sound of drums and gongs could be heard. The sky had darkened. The Emperor looked at the princes, princesses and imperial concubines before laughing. "There's no need for you to stand on ceremony. Go and have fun. I won't blame you today." Only then did these princes, princesses and princesses get up to play. Some princes and princesses who were only 5 or 6 years old quarreled with each other. It was livelier and more human than usual. Looking down from the imperial city, there was a large square. The eunuchs and guards of the imperial palace were driving ox carts and carrying fireworks, ready to be set off at the emperor's command. Rows of streets in the distance were lit up by red lanterns, illuminating the night view of the capital. One could clearly see the streets, the lanterns, the fireworks, and the bustling crowds. Although all of this was interesting, the more one looked at it, the more one would get used to it. The emperor watched for a while before turning around to admire the lanterns on the city walls. There were many more lanterns this year, and the riddles were interesting as well. The emperor nodded his head as he watched. The eunuchs watched this scene and laughed. The emperor walked along the street. He no longer had the Empress Dowager, nor the Empress. At this point, the highest-ranking concubines were the imperial concubines. Every now and then, there would be concubines who would join in the conversation. Just as they were chatting happily, the emperor suddenly thought of someone and asked, "Where's the Grand Princess?" A eunuch trembled as he stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the Grand Princess has brought the Canton Princess and her guards outside to admire the lanterns. I didn't dare to stop them." Hearing these words, the emperor's face fell. How can a member of the royal family go to such a lantern festival? If something were to happen to her, what should we do? Call her back. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the Grand Princess's voice could be heard. "Your Majesty, why are you so angry? I only went out to admire the lanterns and have returned." The Grand Princess had brought the Canton Princess with her. The Canton Princess was hugging a lantern and couldn't bear to part with it. Seeing the Grand Princess, the emperor's face was stern as he scolded her. "Why are you so careless?" This was his only younger sister. His husband had died in battle for his cause, and he only had one daughter left. He was very worried about her, and wasn't really scolding her. The Grand Princess giggled and said, "Brother, I only went out to have some fun. I have my guards with me. Why are you worried about me? Call me your Majesty." Hearing the Grand Princess's words, the Emperor felt helpless as he replied. This younger sister of his was usually doted on by the Emperor. After they got married, she had a good relationship with her husband. Ever since the death of her husband, his sister's personality had changed drastically. She would use her status to do things, and spend a little more money. As long as it didn't involve anything important, he could tolerate it. After all, he only had one sister left. "Brother, during such a festive occasion, please don't scare me." The Grand Princess pretended to be frightened. She was already middle-aged, and still had the look of a little bird. "I really don't know what to do with you." The Emperor looked at her and smiled bitterly. It wasn't appropriate for him to scold her further. He then turned around and asked, "Grand Princess, you've gone out and caused enough trouble. Why are you back so happy? What good news do you have for me?" "Your Majesty, of course there's good news. Look at what I've found." The Grand Princess handed a scroll over to the Emperor. There was still the scent of ink on it, and it had just been written. The Emperor then said, "What good stuff have you found? Give it to me." As he said this, he took the scroll and started reading. Laughing and talking, the fragrance is gone. Searching for him hundreds and thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly looking back, he is there, in the dimly lit place. At first, he was smiling. When he read about how he had searched for him thousands of times, his eyebrows furrowed. When he was young, he met the Empress by chance. The way she served him, the way she used to serve him, the way she used to read documents. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the Empress was still embroidering. She looked at him with tenderness. At that moment the Emperor fell into a daze. It was as if the Empress' voice and face were still fresh in his mind. He remembered that when he decided to rebel, she was calm and composed. She lowered her head and said, "How can I interfere with the decisions of my husband? If my husband succeeds, I will follow him and enjoy my life. If not, I will follow you." Everything, in the blink of an eye, returned to that drizzling evening, her reluctant gaze. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. He had deliberately forgotten about these heart-wrenching past events, but with just a reminder, it was so vivid that he immediately shed tears. He hurriedly wiped them away and turned around. "Princess Royal, let's walk around alone." The old eunuch stepped forward. "Your Majesty, you cannot." The Emperor's face was stern as he said, "Can't I speak to the Grand Princess alone? Don't tell me someone is trying to assassinate me?" Gui Fei stood at the side and looked at the eldest princess with an indescribable expression. The Emperor's indulgence and love towards the eldest princess was truly enviable. She looked at the scroll that was brought up, and the Emperor's dreamlike expression gave her a fright. After walking a few steps, the Emperor asked, "Who wrote this?" "In Prefecture's top scorer, Pei Ziyun." The Grand Princess replied softly. She saw the Emperor's expression and knew that this poem had moved the Emperor's heart. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt a little heartache. The Emperor was a sentimental person. It was just that being an emperor was too extravagant. Pei Ziyun, Pei Ziyun. Is it the Pei Ziyun from Ing Prefecture? The Emperor thought for some time before he remembered. He had heard of Pei Ziyun's name before. Yes, that's him. When I met him just now, I pointed at the lantern riddles and asked him to guess. He guessed it in no time. He then pointed at the lantern lights and asked him to compose a poem. After walking 3 steps, he came up with this poem. It was as if I had met my beloved son. This person is really quick-witted. The Grand Princess said, "This person is so talented," and rushed to the capital city before the spring examinations. He must be here to take the imperial examinations, and not to beg the Grand Princess to take a shortcut. Actually, just based on this poem alone, I have to pass. The Emperor spoke as if he was speaking the truth. The expression on his face was unclear, but from his tone, he seemed to be in a good mood. I'm afraid your Majesty won't be able to pass. This person has already entered a Taoist sect. This time, he's here to ask me to do something for him. However, it's not about the imperial examinations. The Grand Princess spoke without hiding anything. When the Emperor heard this, he looked around at his surroundings. Speaking of this matter, he was no longer in a good mood. He then paused before saying, "Tell me about it after the banquet. The Lantern Festival is now, and we should enjoy ourselves. Let's not talk about this matter." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Grand Princess bowed. Following the Emperor's command, the entire plaza was filled with fireworks. The entire imperial city became a sea of fireworks. Red, yellow, blue, purple, beautiful fireworks filled the entire sky. A young princess was being carried in the arms of an imperial concubine. She looked at the fireworks from afar and mumbled, "So beautiful. I wish I could see it every day." An older imperial prince replied, "Sister, this lantern festival only happens once a year. If you want to see it, you'll have to wait until next year." "Imperial Mother, I don't want to. I want to see it every day." The princess grabbed onto the imperial concubine's clothes and acted like a spoiled child. The imperial concubine had no choice but to caress her. The Lantern Festival was an annual event. As the fireworks rose in front of the imperial city, everyone who was enjoying the festivities looked up at the sky. Pei Ziyun walked along the streets and looked up at the fireworks in the sky. It was as if he had returned to Earth. He was speechless. After some time, he shook his head. "Since the Grand Princess has agreed to it, I shall send 1,000 taels of gold to you tomorrow morning. Also, Assistant Minister Ji shall send 100 taels of gold as well. The rest of the gold shall be exchanged for banknotes." Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he walked towards his house. After the fireworks had been lit, the eunuch stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, please proceed to the banquet." As the music started to play, the Emperor stood up and everyone entered the palace. At this point, the palace maids and eunuchs were taking turns to serve the dishes, maintaining the temperature of the dishes. The Grand Princess followed beside the Emperor as she led the Canton Princess to her seat. Following the Emperor's command, the banquet began. It was extremely lively and joyous. From time to time, the Emperor would conduct tests on the princes. Poems, essays, and so on. If they were wrong, the Emperor wouldn't criticize them. If they answered well, they would be rewarded. After the banquet, the Emperor stood up and entered the imperial study. Before long, a young eunuch served a bowl of soup to sober up the hangover. The Emperor then entered his desk and saw a stack of documents on Pei Ziyun's desk. He picked them up and looked through them before saying, "Summon the Grand Princess. Summon the Grand Princess." The young eunuch at the door shouted. Soon after, another eunuch led the Grand Princess into the study. Chapter 100. Capital City. Glorious Glory Bank. Pei Ziyun had bought an ox cart early in the morning to transport the gold over. Yesterday's Lantern Festival had not rained, but today it was drizzling. The drizzle brought snow with it as it hit against the tarpaulin. From afar, Pei Ziyun could see that the streets were bustling with people and carriages. All the shops were open, and the entrance to the bank was huge. Early in the morning, there were many people walking in and out of the bank, exchanging their money for taels of silver or banknotes. "Stop!" Pei Ziyun pulled the reins of the ox cart and stopped it at the entrance. He then jumped down from the ox cart and called out to the servant, "Call your shopkeeper over. I have a deal to discuss." "Dear customer, what are you doing?" The servant's eyes lit up as he walked forward and bowed with a smile. Seeing this servant, Pei Ziyun tossed him a tael of silver. The servant was rather agile and caught the tael of silver. Pei Ziyun waved his hands and said, "This is your reward. Go and invite him over. If there's any trouble, I will take care of it." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the servant smiled and said, "Thank you for your reward. Please wait for a while." The servant then walked into the shop. This was a tael of silver. Even if it wasn't a big deal, it would be worth it if he got scolded. Pei Ziyun stood by the side of the ox cart. After some time, someone walked over slowly. He was dressed in a robe made of goat skin and wore an old hat. He looked to be in his 40s and was holding a stove to keep himself warm. When he walked out of the bank, he looked around and saw Pei Ziyun. His eyes lit up. The servant followed beside him and pointed at Pei Ziyun. "Shopkeeper, this is the young master. He says he has a big deal." The shopkeeper listened to the servant's words and looked at Pei Ziyun carefully. Pei Ziyun was dressed in a white robe with silver threads, and had a gold and jade belt around his waist. A sword hung by his side. He looked extremely imposing and was startled. He thought to himself that he was too young. Which family's young master was he from? With a smile on his face, the shopkeeper took a step forward and bowed. "Young master, what business do you have in mind? Do you want to save up money?" The shopkeeper asked as he looked at the ox cart. As the ox cart drove over, there were deep tracks on the ground. It must have been carrying something heavy. "Ha, shopkeeper, I am a high scholar from Ying Prefecture. Naturally, I have big business to do. Please take a look." Pei Ziyun led the shopkeeper and pulled the curtains of the carriage aside. Within the carriage there were 10 chests. The shopkeeper moved his head forward and thought, "Could it be silver? That's quite a lot." Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and opened one of the chests. Instantly, it shone with a golden light. The shopkeeper looked closely and saw that it was a chest full of gold bars, stacked neatly. He sucked in a deep breath. Pei Ziyun opened another chest. It was another gold bar. The shopkeeper sucked in a breath of cold air and looked around. "Young master, cover it up. Don't let anyone see it." Pei Ziyun closed the chest as the shopkeeper calmed himself down. "Young master, your gold." His voice was trembling as if he had yet to react. Pei Ziyun laughed and said calmly, "There are 10 boxes here, and each box is the same. There are 30 gold bars, 9 to 8 pieces of gold, and 300 taels of silver. Why, can't I exchange it? Could it be that your bank is too small and you can't keep it?" Pei Ziyun smiled as he looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper paused for some time before biting his lips. "Young master, of course we can keep it. It's just that you have to tell us where you got it from. If not, we won't dare to accept it." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "This is 3,000 taels of gold, not 300 or 30. Have you ever heard of a mansion losing a large amount of gold? There are some things that you shouldn't know." He then nodded. "Not all of these 10 boxes can be exchanged. These 4 boxes can't be exchanged. As for the 1,000 taels, I shall send it to the Grand Princess's mansion. The remaining 100 taels shall be sent to Assistant Minister Ji's mansion. Do as you see fit." 3,000 taels of gold had been dug out from his own mansion. If that scoundrel were to find out about this, he would be in trouble. He couldn't just kill him. Now that he was a high scholar, and had accepted the governor's mission to deliver gifts to the Grand Princess, as long as he didn't reveal it, would these people dare to investigate? At this point, it was a good time to use his connections to intimidate others. Besides, even if the Grand Princess wanted to investigate, she would think that the gold was from the sect behind him. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the shopkeeper's expression changed. The depths of the capital city were not something a mere shopkeeper would be able to pry into. As long as it wasn't a big case, there was no need to ask who the mastermind was. The shopkeeper thought about this and smiled apologetically. "Dear customer, I have been rude. Please come in." The shopkeeper then invited Pei Ziyun into the bank. Pei Ziyun laughed. Shopkeeper, get someone to carry the boxes in. We shall inspect them one by one. Otherwise, when I take out the banknotes, you will say that the amount of gold is wrong. That wouldn't be good. Yes, I have been rude. The shopkeeper reacted quickly. He knew that Pei Ziyun was being cautious. He then smiled and turned around to get someone to carry the boxes. Before long, a few workers came out. 4 of them carried the boxes down the carriage. The passers-by who were hurrying in and out stopped in their tracks, their faces changed. For workers carrying boxes, could it be that it was all silver? That was at least a few thousand taels of silver. They raised their heads and looked at Pei Ziyun. The workers carried the boxes into the inner courtyard and into the room. Pei Ziyun and the shopkeeper followed behind them. The shopkeeper then instructed a servant to call for the accountant and weigh the boxes. He then ordered the guards to stand guard outside the room. The accountant hurried over, followed by a man who was holding a scale and a stove. When the accountant and the person in charge of weighing the boxes entered the room, they were taken aback. Weigh the boxes, the shopkeeper instructed. The accountant and the man with the scale started to weigh the bars of gold one by one. Some of the bars were even cut open. The accountant stood by the side and weighed the bars of gold. When he was done, the accountant stepped forward and whispered, "Shopkeeper, these are all 98% pure gold. Serve the tea." Seeing the shiny gold all over the floor, the shopkeeper's heart was filled with excitement. This was a huge achievement. Pei Ziyun did not drink the tea. He sat by the side as the accountant continued weighing the boxes. Time passed quickly as the sun started to rise. The sunlight shone through the windows and into the room. The accountant stepped forward and said, "Shopkeeper, there's no mistake. It's 1,900 taels of gold." The shopkeeper nodded his head and started counting the banknote. He then said, "Do you think it's 2,900 taels of silver?" "Yes, 20,000 taels of silver." "Give me the highest denomination of banknotes of 100 taels. The remaining 900 taels of silver, change them into 50 taels or 10 taels of silver." "No problem," the shopkeeper replied. Before long, a stack of banknotes was handed over to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun counted the banknotes carefully, looking at the designs and the numbers. He then kept the banknotes in his robes. "There's 4 more boxes. Send them to the ox cart. I have to give them away." The shopkeeper instructed the workers to send the 4 boxes back, smiling all the way. Seeing the ox cart leave, the accountant walked up to the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, there's something fishy about this. If he wanted to exchange banknotes, why did he have to do it in the capital city? There's something fishy about this. But what do you intend to do with this high scholar?" The shopkeeper looked at him and laughed. He then asked, "Should we investigate this person? The origin of these 2,000 taels of gold is unclear. I'm afraid. Investigate. Instruct people to follow him and find out where he is. Do not act rashly and alert him. Let the constables and constables we are familiar with go after him. We shall not interfere. If he's not clean, the constables will deal with him. If he's clean, we don't have to care." Dealing with a high scholar for 3,000 taels of gold was not a big deal. However, it would be troublesome during the examinations. If this high scholar were to beat the drums of the Ministry of Rights, it would be a big deal. If they did not investigate, they would not be satisfied. Who knows, it might be a big fish. The ox cart continued forward, with the bailiff following behind. The ox cart was nearing the Grand Princess's mansion. It didn't pass the main gate, but at the side gate, someone came out to welcome them. The bailiff opened his eyes wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's the housekeeper of the Grand Princess's mansion." Seeing the 2 of them talking, the housekeeper waved his hands. An imperial guard came out and carried the box inside. After an hour, the young master returned. "It's in the direction of the G mansion." The bailiff was a local and knew where the G mansion was. After walking for a while, He arrived at the G mansion and knocked on the door. This time, it was the housekeeper who came out to welcome him. However, he did not recognize this housekeeper. After waiting for some time, he saw the two of them smiling as they walked out. The young master bowed to them. Minister G personally escorted him out. Looks like he has some background. He's not an ordinary person. The bailiff sucked in a breath of cold air and turned around to leave. The waters of the capital city were too deep. Who knew what kind of deal was being made? If he were to get involved, he would be dead. He had to go back and inform the G mansion not to create trouble for him. Since Pei Ziyun had given away the gold, he felt much better. He didn't know that he had just gotten rid of some trouble. The ox cart stopped at the official's tusk, and the granny broker welcomed him. Pei Ziyun had 20,000 taels of silver on him, and was very generous. He tossed a tael of silver over. This is for you. Also, help me hire a serving maid and a cook. However, it won't be long-term. They'll be paid by the day, but they'll take care of my meals. Originally, he had his own secrets, and it wasn't easy to hire someone. But now it didn't matter. The granny broker smiled so widely that her eyes almost disappeared. That's easy. The Bai family's wife and her daughter are looking for work. The Bai family worked for an official's household before. Since they're old, they've found someone to cook for them. Their cooking skills are pretty good. 2 or 3 tables of banquets wouldn't be a problem for them. They're hard-working as well. It's just that the price is a little higher. I can give it a try. Although she couldn't compare to the chefs in the restaurants, it was more than enough for Pei Ziyun. He then said, Granny broker, since you're so efficient, I won't look for anyone else. Although that courtyard isn't bad, it hasn't been cleaned in a long time. Apart from the cooking maid and serving maid, you should get someone to clean it up as well. I don't want any old furniture and throw them all out. Get me some new furniture. If it's not too much, I'll take it all. Thank you, young master. The granny broker smiled and said, Don't worry, young master. I can command more than 10 people at a time. I guarantee that before nightfall, your mansion will be clean and tidy, and everything will be in order. Even if this deal wasn't too much, she would still be able to earn 10 taels of silver. All right then, I shall go to the inn to have a meal and rest. I hope that everything will be done before nightfall. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun left. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.